Testing, testing.
Hi, Chair Hoover. Can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Turn it off.
Case 9715. So this is the Maryland Energy Storage Program, and hearing for today, continuing until we're done. So why don't we first take appearances? Anybody want to volunteer? Okay,
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Michael Dean on behalf of staff.
thank you. So are we only having staff appear before us today?
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrea Harper appearing on behalf of, from PHI, appearing on behalf of Exelon Maryland Utilities. And we will also have Jacob Berlin from PHI representing Maryland Utilities, Exelon
Okay.
Maryland Utilities.
Good morning, Crystal Barnett on behalf of BG and also the Maryland Exelon Utilities. We also have some additional subject matter experts who will be testifying as well.
And will introduce themselves when they're testifying.
That's correct.
That's fine, thank you. And could you also spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Barnett.
Thank you.
Diane Cherry, Cherry, on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition, or MERIC.
Good morning, Jessica Reba, RA, B as in boy A, on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company, and our SMEs will introduce themselves as well. Thanks.
Alex Worsley, Worsley, with Stack Energy Consulting, appearing today on behalf of 9 Energy.
Good morning, Alexis Lewis, LEWIS, on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, and our consultant will introduce himself when he testifies. Thank you.
Good morning, Matt Mullen on behalf of Form Energy, that's MULLIN.
Good morning. My name is Thad Cully, CULLEY, with Sunrun, but here on behalf of the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bukowski?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. John Borkowski, I'm the Maryland Energy Storage Work Group leader. And in 2023, the Maryland General Assembly enacted House Bill 910, setting a cumulative energy storage target of 3 gigawatts by May 31st, 2034, among other things. Now, to meet these energy storage targets, it will take a combination of several different programs. And the potential energy storage programs envisioned by the Maryland Energy Storage Program Work Group to meet our targets allows for a diversity of ownership and operating models, including both front of the meter and behind the meter market segments. Now, in January of this year, the Commission issued order number 91495, which established today's narrow scope proceeding to determine an energy storage procurement allocation to implement our targets, but also directing the stakeholders to file proposals for an initial set of energy storage initiatives with the Commission, and then the Commission later invited public comments on these proposals. Now, while the stakeholders in this hearing will address these proposals further, I would just like to briefly summarize some recent legislation in the Next Generation Energy Act, Senate Bill 937, and cross-filed as House Bill 1035, that did pass in the 2025 Maryland General Assembly, that also includes requirements for energy storage procurements that overlap with some of these proposals. The Next Generation Energy Act prescribes a goal to procure 150 megawatts of distribution-connected energy storage devices. And furthermore, on July 1st, 2025, which is less than 3 months from now, the Commission must, according to the Act, notify each investor-owned electric company of its proportion of the goal established. And it was pretty prescriptive based on the electric company's service load or other criteria as established by the Commission. Also, on or before November 1st of this year, the Commission shall require that each investor-owned electric company submit a plan to achieve up to 1/3 of their allocated goal, with each company also submitting a plan to achieve the balance of its allocated goal, filing plans before November 1st, 2026. The distribution-connected energy storage devices proposed by stakeholders in today's proceeding complement and will help accomplish the legislative intent for the distribution-connected energy storage requirements in the Next Generation Energy Act. Now, the other aspect of the Next Generation Act that also requires some Commission action is related to transmission energy storage. The Commission must issue at least 2 procurement solicitations for a cumulative 1,600 megawatts of front-of-the-meter transmission energy storage, with each energy storage device having a minimum 4-hour duration. And the first 800 megawatt capacity solicitation must be issued on or before January 1st, 2026, so really by the end of this year. And the second 800 megawatt capacity solicitation must be issued on or before January 1st, 2027. So notwithstanding the bill's other requirements, which are quite prescriptive, the Commission is also required to establish energy storage capacity credits for the energy storage devices procured by the Commission, and it further requires that each electricity supplier purchase these credits in proportion to the electricity supplier's capacity obligations. So it's somewhat similar in some aspects to the offshore wind OREC model. So in summary, while the 1,600 megawatts of front-of-the-meter transmission energy storage required in a Commission procurement solicitation by the Next Generation Energy Act overlaps with electric company submitted proposals, the Act does not preclude investor-owned electric company procurement proposals for transmission-connected energy storage devices. And with that, are there any questions?
Okay, so no questions here. Why don't we go with the first panel?
Okay, what's that? Okay, Joan White is still traveling, so we're going to have to alter the order. She's been delayed, and we'll take her items when she gets here later. So we're going to go to number 4 on the agenda, which is the Maryland Exelon Utilities Procurement Proposals with Christy Gronke-Fleischman from BGE. I have the presentation up. It's on here. Is it possible to put the presentation up on the?
Yes, it should be projected. Once you open it up, it should project.
It's not.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Crystal Barnett on behalf of BGE and the Maryland Exelon Utilities. We appreciate the opportunity this morning to present to you our Energy Storage Initiative procurement proposals. I have with me this morning Christy Gronke-Fleischman, who is the Senior Manager of Smart Grid and Innovation, and Bill Pino, who is the Director of Energy Acquisition, who will be presenting our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I will be speaking today on behalf of the Exelon Maryland Utilities. If you can move to the next slide, please. So Maryland has been focused on the energy transition. With Exelon's proposals, our primary objective is to address the emergent issues such as resource adequacy, customer affordability, high system winter peaks, and rapid electrification. Our proposals use different use cases and have different impacts and benefits to our customers, from peak shaving to hosting capacity to customer resilience. The secondary objective of our proposals is to provide financial market signals to developers and provide the utilities with additional storage use cases as we transition from our storage pilot to broader deployments to achieve the state's goal of 3,000 megawatts by 2034. You can move to the next slide. So, as Mr. Burkowski alluded to at the beginning, a variety of solutions are needed to achieve these aggressive goals and to provide for rapid and widespread deployment of storage. So again, Exelon proposed a diverse set of storage proposals for the Commission's consideration, which we'll walk through today. The diverse proposals seek to provide flexibility for Commission direction in achieving the state's goals and seeking input from our stakeholders. Move to the next slide, please. So as we know, there's a long way to go between now and 2034. There's a limited amount of megawatts of storage deployed in the state today. We have the interim goal of 750 megawatts by 2028 and the final goal of 3,000 megawatts by 2034. So we have a lot of work to do to achieve these goals, and it will take all the stakeholders here today working together to make this possible. To the next slide, okay? So the Exelon Maryland Utilities propose different concepts for both transmission and distribution connected energy storage. Our proposals included 600 megawatts of transmission connected storage and 150 megawatts of distribution connected storage. These proposals include a variety of both utility-owned and third-party owned, as well as utility-sited and customer-sited. We believe that our proposals bring a diverse set of deployments to efficiently achieve the state's interim goal of 750 megawatts by 2028. Go to the next slide. So jumping into our proposals, we put forth a proposal for transmission connected storage, which is really necessary to help meet the state's goal. These large-scale deployments will address Maryland's resource adequacy needs and provide wholesale services. We believe our transmission proposals support the energy storage statute and can complement the transmission procurement required under the Next Generation Energy Act. We propose third-party owned transmission connected storage with a full tolling agreement and utility-owned transmission connected storage. I will now turn to my colleague Bill Pino to discuss the differences between full tolling and partial tolling.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Just about every, excuse me, parties in this case.
Next slide.
Oh, yes, next slide. Got it. The parties in this case are fairly comfortable.
Can you bring the mic just a little closer to you?
Yes, how's that? Better?
Yes, thank you.
The parties in this case are comfortable with constructing the contract with a tolling agreement, but there are two different types that's being discussed, a full tolling agreement and a partial tolling agreement. So I'm going to explain the differences between the two and why BGE supports, why the Maryland Exelon Utilities support the full agreement, full tolling agreement. So let's start with the full tolling agreement. In a full tolling, the utility pays a fixed price schedule to the storage owner, developer, in return for the operating the storage facility in the PJ markets and monetizing the facility in the markets, including capacity and ancillaries, and potentially energy. And there are three aspects of the full tolling agreement I want to point out. First, the fixed price schedule represents the developer's cost to construct and maintain the facility. And that's it, the cost to construct and maintain the facility. And that includes their cost of capital, right? Their return on equity and servicing their debt. The competitive solicitation, therefore, in the RFPs that will be issued, they will be competing on those aspects. They will be competing on their efficiency to construct, their efficiency to maintain, and their cost of capital. And that's what they're good at. They're good at building facilities and maintaining facilities. They're good at raising capital, and that's what they would compete on. The second point I'm going to bring up is the similarity of a full tolling agreement with the utility capital model. As we all know, and we all are very familiar with, if a utility builds out a facility in capital, it develops carrying charges, including its weighted average cost of capital, to develop revenue requirements for the customers. A full tolling agreement is very similar to that, but instead of the customers paying the utility their carrying charges, the customers are going to pay the developer or the owner be carrying charges, including their weighted cost of capital. So that model, we're very comfortable with that model because it is very similar to how we do business every day in the utility. The third point I want to bring up is something that's not on this, it's something that is not described in a full tolling, but it is just as important as those aspects that are described. And that is the absence of the fixed price schedule relying on long-term market prices forecasts. You can imagine in today's market, PJM market, very volatile. Look at the capacity market, and energy is almost as bad. Very volatile. It is very difficult to forecast tomorrow's prices, let alone a 15-year stream of prices. The full tolling agreement does not require the developer, when they're putting together their fixed price schedule for the utility to pay and pass on to their customers, it doesn't involve them forecasting market prices. And that's what the utility likes about the full requirement. They compete on their efficiency to construct and maintain and their cost of capital. Now let's turn to the partial agreement, the partial tolling agreement. Partial tolling agreement is structured such that the fixed price schedule is to be the developer's forecast of the value of the facility in the capacity market, and the developer will retain any energy revenue and ancillary service revenue, while the utility and the utility's customers would receive the capacity revenue associated with the facility. So in a partial tolling agreement, the developer still needs to make their cost of capital. They still need to achieve their ROE. And they have now multiple revenue streams to achieve that. They have the fixed price schedule, which is to be representative of the value of capacity. They have the energy revenue and ancillary service revenue. So they have to massage those revenue streams to be certain that they meet their ROE target. And meeting their ROE target, important to that is the cost to service their debt. And the cost to service their debt is very is conditioned on how much fixed revenue they have and how much variable revenue they have. The higher the variable revenue, the less likely it is for them to secure favorable financing for their debt. The variable revenue in this is the energy and the ancillaries. So if it were me, I'd be putting as much as I can in the fixed price schedule that will attract favorable financing, and it would reassure them or provide a high level of assurance that they meet their equity target as well. And as is obvious, they're putting together 3 15-year price forecasts. They have to forecast the capacity revenue, the capacity value out 15 years. They have to forecast any energy arbitrage they intend to entertain for 15 years. And they have to price out ancillary services, which is likely going to be frequency regulation service for 15 years. And all of those forecasts are going to in some fashion affect what they put forward in a competitive solicitation for their fixed cost pricing schedule. And that is a risk that BGE would prefer our customers not take. We do not want our customers to take long-term forecast pricing risks. And that's what the partial tolling agreement will put forward. Risks in long-term pricing forecasts. That is not inherent in the full toll agreement. Called the full toll agreement, what they're putting together is just their cost to construct and maintain. Whereas the partial, they are putting together a fixed price schedule based on several market revenue forecasts out 15 years. And that's why the Maryland Exelon utilities support the full. There was not nearly as much risk to our customers as there will be with a partial, because of the inherent risk in forecasting out 15 years these PJM revenue streams. That concludes this slide.
Thank you. So shifting to distribution connected storage, as you'll hear from Mr. Berlin and Joan White of SEIA when they get up to the stand, they'll cover this in more detail. So touching on it briefly, the Exelon Maryland utilities are proposing front-of-the-meter distribution connected storage. This would, again, propose both utility and third-party owned storage. And we believe this concept will eliminate barriers and be deployed quickly, and maximize benefits to customers to address capacity constraints. The next slide. Lastly, the Exelon utilities propose utility-owned and customer-sited energy storage. This proposal seeks to broaden the deployment of batteries in our service territories and drive equity to customers to enable resiliency. Additionally, the residential batteries deployed under this initiative will act to complement the DRIVE Act proposals for VPP participation that Exelon will bring forward to the Commission in July. To the next slide. So in closing, the Exelon utilities ask that the Commission consider our proposals as reviewed today, provide direction on the target allocation of energy storage towards the interim goal of 750 megawatts by May of 2028. The Exelon utilities request that the Commission approve a regulatory asset, including the utility's full PSC authorized return, and provide for utility to enter into a full tolling agreement only if it does not impact the utility's credit metrics. We are now available for questions.
Okay, so Commissioner Richard, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you for presentation this morning. We were trying to do this in little segments, so I'm just trying to make sure I got my questions right for this segment. So when we were talking about the transmission projects, you were looking at the 750 megawatt as the procurement. So would this procurement, have you done any type of projection on what the ratepayer impact would be under your proposal for the 750 megawatt full tolling?
We have not done projections yet at this stage for either cost-benefit analysis or ratepayer impact.
Okay. So for these projects, as we'll hear from other presentations, there are in the PJM queue right now in excess of 750 megawatts, and in just storage projects, and then there's some that are hybrid projects. Those are also, it's very possible those will move forward under current circumstances. Have you considered, if you're competing against those projects, are some of those projects, projects that you would be a part of, or would this be a competition between what's currently in the PJM queue?
I don't think it would be a competition. We are eager to do business with these projects coming out of PJM's queue. And this is exactly what they want. They want a fixed revenue stream from a utility to secure favorable financing and meet their ROE targets. It's a great coupling of queue capacity taking advantage of, in a very timely fashion, what Maryland is doing to secure storage at the transmission level, at the transmission interconnection level. So no, it's not a competition. I think it's good timing for us to take advantage of the resources coming out of the queue.
Okay, so you'd see it would be complementary or
Yes, we
to
would
what's
hope
in the
they
queue?
would-
Okay.
We would hope that they would participate in our RFPs,
Okay.
for sure.
And now we know where those, at least some of them, what transparency we have into the queue, where those projects would be located. Do you have a sense of where your projects would be located and the various value streams that would be available as far as, helping out with our transmission, and resource adequacy needs?
No, we haven't done that detailed of analysis as to where we want to locate the transmission-connected facilities. But there's one thing to keep in mind with transmission-connected facilities. PJM is now going through a process in their stakeholder, in one of their stakeholder groups, reporting to the operating committee that is looking at storage as a transmission asset. It's been around for years. They have not moved on it, but they want to move on it. So if we build a facility that is connected to the transmission grid, that doesn't make it a transmission asset today. It only becomes a transmission asset when and if PJM files with FERC and FERC approves storage as a transmission asset. Then if the owner of a transmission interconnected facility wants to be a solution in PJM's reliability transmission expansion planning, they can submit their project.
Right. I understand that part.
But what I'm getting to is, as a transmission asset for PJM, you cannot monetize the asset. It would be there strictly for PJM to operate the transmission grid. If it's not a transmission asset under SATA, then if it's connected to the transmission system, it can participate in the wholesale markets. And that's a big difference. And it's to your point, what are the benefits to a transmission connected? It depends on whether it's categorized as a transmission asset with FERC, or it is we'll call it a production asset or storage asset connected to the transmission system that the utilities can monetize in the market and bring those values back to the
Right. That's why I was interested in locations. We know that there are private developers out there looking at locations, and some of those locations we know are at coal plants like Morgantown, Chalk Point, Brandon Shores, Wagner.
Yes.
Then that could possibly, and you're right, we still are going to rely on PJM for their analysis, for hopefully more transparency, more partnership with states. But we know where these developers want to put these projects, and the possibility that they may address, if they actually exist, in the queue and develop. Some of the violations we know that went into these very expensive transmission line immediate needs, and also even some of the supplemental projects. So I just wanted to, kind of understand if we were to, again, not consider what's, the bird in hand, what we have actually that's out there, and try to start anew some other process that the utilities on the transmission projects, are we expediting, or are we just delaying what we have now today? And that's what I'm trying to understand. Are you, if we were to suddenly just try to do this on our own without PJM and looking at the queue, how are we going to make sure that we are in fact expediting the project and not delaying?
Yeah, I don't think we can do it on our own. I think it needs to be expedited with facilities, transmission connected facilities coming out of the queue. It would be negligent, I think, for us not to have them participate in the RFPs and compete in our solicitations. And if they're cost effective, then we should be, and they pass the benefit cost analysis that the commission will put forward, then we should be contracting with them under full tolling agreements.
Okay.
And Commissioner Richard, I'd like to add, we put these concepts forward. We are looking for commission direction on which ones you would like us to, move forward with to bring you a full proposal. So that's when we would do the RFI to understand where these projects are in the queue and, interest in utility involvement, get, the schedule for construction of those projects, the cost benefit analysis, and all of the requirements that would go forth in a full program. So just looking for direction on our allocation and the programs that you would like us to pursue, and we would be back with the full program proposal of all of the information that you're requesting.
Okay, and again, I don't want to monopolize any more of the time, but I am, there are two segments, the
Yeah.
transmission, and we have, a suite of projects that are
Yes.
there, but for, if we can do something to expedite them, and that's kind of what I see, one of the opportunities before us today.
That's
And then there are
exactly our
some of the
plan.
other distribution, which I think that, when we get to implementation of Order 2222 and really kind of a better understanding how utility might move forward with the distribution system, thinking holistically, and also I'd like to understand, and I don't know if it's in this panel, how you can work as a Exelon company as a distribution and a transmission to really come up with good solutions across the state that are holistic and will truly save ratepayers money. Because right now, I am concerned that we are just going to be raising rates for customers, and that's the last thing we can do right now. After this last legislative session, we're already hearing from ratepayers that they're already overburdened. So that's why, again, I'm very concerned about the way you've structured the risk, really to ultimately be paid by customers. And what I like to see first is how we can, one, come up with these private developers and how we can incentivize them, and then, get to a conversation with the utilities about, can we do something other than just cost of service, a performance-based rate making, to again, make sure that we have a truly a competitive landscape. So anyway, I'll stop. That was more of a speech than a question, unless you want to comment on it.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Barve.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I noticed that 80% of your proposal is for transmission-connected storage versus distribution. So just very briefly, describe to me what the logistical, technical, and economic motivation for that is, because I want to fully understand why it is that way.
Sure. So I'll start if you want to follow on. So I'd say that the transmission connected is really to help us get to the goal quickly. Those transmission connected storage projects are large, and they would make significant contributions towards the goal. The distribution level batteries are smaller in size. You need, several of them, tens, maybe even hundreds of the distribution connected batteries to get, make an impact towards the goal, where one transmission project would make a big dent into the goal. So a lot of that leans towards reaching that first interim goal of 750 megawatts by proposing transmission as a large piece of that.
So is it safe to say that transmission storage projects have a greater economy of scale? They're larger, there are fewer of them, they're easier to control. Are those fair assumptions to make?
I think it is. And the larger they are on the transmission system compared to the distribution system, as Mr. Gronsky pointed out, the more contribution to resource adequacy. We see a much more contribution to resource adequacy at the transmission level than we do at the distribution level, simply because of the size.
Okay, carrying that reasoning forward then, I mean, it would seem to me, and I'm just looking at it from a financial standpoint, the closer the battery is to the customer, in fact, if it's behind the meter, and it's in the customer's home, the closer the battery is to the customer, the more the unit cost for storage would be. It seems to me to be a very straightforward relationship. Large batteries that are fewer in number are going to produce storage that is cheaper than large numbers of batteries that are great in numbers. Is that a fair economic assumption to make?
I would agree with that assumption.
I would also add that they're serving two different purposes. So transmission, would really be addressing the resource adequacy issues at the state, but the distribution level batteries can help with more localized constraints. So if you have a, particular community on a feeder that is being constrained today, those distribution level batteries will provide more of the localized benefits. The transmission batteries would provide, more of a statewide benefit.
All right, let me discuss now the whole concept of the fully tolled versus partially tolled arrangement. Going back to my days as a federal government contract manager, the fully tolled philosophy feels to me a whole lot like fixed price contracting as opposed to cost plus contracting. I don't know if you're familiar with government contracts, but is that a fair way to make the distinction in one's mind?
I'm not familiar with federal contracts, but
Okay.
the way you described it seems fair. The full tolling is a fixed price contract for the life of the asset in return for monetization of market revenue streams and operation.
Okay, the reason I mention that is certainly in government contracting, whether it's federal or state or local, contract managers and negotiators have a very heavy bias in favor of fixed price contracting because it's predictable and because it takes risk off of the purchaser of the thing. Once you get involved in the whole issue of assessing cost and assessing a fee, you begin to introduce complexities and risks to the purchaser. You'd agree with that? Basically, my impression is that the reason you're going in the direction of full tolling is precisely because you want to engage in contracting simplicity and risk reduction to you and your customers.
That is right.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Chair Hoover.
Actually, all the subjects I was interested in have been covered by everybody else, so I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, so now I get to go. So walk me through what the purpose of storage is, because it's not generation. You're not generating and then using transmission distribution wires to get electricity to customers. So we all understand what that infrastructure is for, but talk to me about what the purpose of storage is from the perspective of the utility.
Do you want me to start?
You can, I'll follow up.
Okay. So I would say that it provides that backup need when necessary. So, making new generation, that the state is at a point where in PJM sometime in the near future, we're going to have more demand than capacity, and building new generation is quite an undertaking. Having the storage available, should the system see a peak, then you can rely on those resources. So it's eliminating or reducing some of the constraints that we're seeing today with resource adequacy. The distribution level batteries, as I mentioned, help with localized constraints, so it eliminates or reduces the need for further system build out when you can rely on these resources, in times of high peak demand. So very cold day, if we're moving to more electrification and heat pumps, and there's higher demand on the system, those batteries can be turned on, providing back to the grid to reduce that strain on the grid.
Okay, so in other words, it's a tool that can have multiple functions,
Yes.
and actually could have multiple functions within a particular storage entity. It could provide grid support, or it could provide resource adequacy issues, or it could help to flatten load, which also can help with grid support. So it has a number of functions. Okay, and I can tell you the concern I had, because I read through everything, is that I didn't get the sense that I understand that you're sort of offering proposals because we have these numbers, but I had the sense that the proposals were much more tied to the numbers themselves. So, 750 megawatts, rather than tied to the issues that you're trying to address. Why are you proposing this kind of storage? And I think, hearing the explanation of the tolling agreement, and having entities competing based on cost of capital, I think it sort of gets to what my concern is, which is that you're going to have, I would hope that you would have different projects going to different areas. You're competing, the projects are competing not based on their cost of capital, but based on their cost of capital in providing support for a particular area, that you're targeting grid constraints, or you're targeting resource adequacy needs, and you can address it in a particular place. I mean, you're not going to want to put batteries anywhere.
Right.
You're going to want to put them in the places where they can do the best.
Exactly.
And that's what, and I guess, is that what you're hoping to get from us at this hearing? Because I can tell you that I didn't get that from the filings that were made. It felt like you were just sort of saying, okay, we're going to try to get 750 megawatts of storage, and we're going to sort of do all of these things. I think you need the chicken before you get to the egg, and I think that I also was confused about cost recovery, because cost recovery may be very different. I mean, I know that you're talking about sort of tolling agreements, but it may be that you'll end up finding that avoided cost is the way to price something. I mean, if you're putting storage in places where that will help you to avoid having to build out transmission or build out distribution, then you're not doing it for resource adequacy reasons. You're not doing it for participation in the capacity market. You may be doing it simply because it's going to help you to avoid spending billions of dollars building out transmission, and those will get priced very differently. So I don't think that you can't measure them the same way. They're going to be very different, but I'm not getting that sense from what's been filed so far.
Yeah, and I would agree. So when the commission order came out in the response time of the 30 days, we wanted to put forward the different types of projects that we could do. When we receive commission direction on which way to go, we would do those siting studies. So
Okay, so that's what, but that's also not contained. I mean, that's what I'd like to know is, I mean, you shouldn't have a direction from us. You should tell us, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do these siting studies. We're going to figure out where storage can do the best and what storage can do for the system. I mean, when we're talking about, I'm not talking about benefit cost analysis. I'm talking about what are going to be the benefits to the system and what are going to be the costs. I mean, Commissioner Richard talked about the money that we could spend, and we could spend a huge amount of money, and we could just tell you to go in and build out storage. But to me, storage is about reducing costs. It's not about incurring additional costs. I mean, that to me is the great value of storage, is that storage can help us to avoid having to build new generation, new transmission, new distribution. And maybe in the next set of panels, they can sort of raise that, because that's a very important concern for me.
And we agree, and I would view what you have in front of us from the Maryland Exelon Utilities is sort of a framework, right? I agree, the details need to be filled in, and we're very cognizant of location of storage.
But I'm not even getting the framework. All I'm getting is, I mean, if you had laid out, this is what we're going to do first. We're going to look at the system. We're going to look at constraints on feeders. We're going to do these things first. Then we're going to identify the greatest value for storage, and we're going to put those RFPs in. But I didn't get any of that. I just got a very general stuff that really wasn't speaking to me as even the sort of initial framework. I went back and looked at the original order that we issued, and I felt like we were asking for more. At least that's what I thought we were asking. I thought we were going to get more than what we got.
Yes, and I agree. There was a very limited amount of time to put together a plan. And what you say is the details of location. Those are the things we're going to do.
But this is the stuff you should be doing anyway. I mean, I've been asking for, studies. I mean, every time we have a hearing, I talk about the distribution system planning process, because we should be further along than we are. I understand Mr. Bukowski is here. We've had conversations about this, but I mean, we should know, where the constraints are on your system. I have to believe you know that. So when you come to us, then you're talking to us about another tool in the toolbox that can help you to address constraints. I mean, I know you had like sort of a general list of things that storage can do, but it's not targeted to what you would like to do in terms of a proposal. So I have actually a very specific question about the status of money that you were supposed to get from DOE. So as I've been sort of concerned about where all these commitments are, and it's no reflection on you, but so this is, you noted that you were selected for the BIRDS application of $50 million. What's the status of that?
So the status of that is based on the executive order by President Trump. It's still frozen. Essentially,
Yeah, I
the
was
grants
worried
are-
about that.
Yeah, as are all grants, across
Yeah.
the country at this time. We are filing our monthly PC 56 reports on the status of all of our grants, and
Okay.
as soon as we get information, and additional clarification from DOE, we'll report that quickly to the commission.
Okay, thank you. No. I mean, I think Marylanders all feel that pain.
Yeah, we would like it to be moved forward as much as the commission.
Yeah, no, I know.
And on that note, the BIRDS application is looking at locations of capacity constraints. So those 22 megawatts that were proposed under that DOE grant application were specifically targeted at feeders and substations where we have constraints today,
Okay.
to eliminate or reduce some of those
Well,
barriers.
and the reason I'm asking these questions is because I believe there's huge opportunity for storage, and huge opportunity for storage to help bring down costs and to also avoid exposing ratepayers to additional costs. So it's just a matter of how we can do it in the most effective way. And so I just don't want to throw money at projects that are really not targeted to what we need to do in terms of making the grid work better and keeping rates down.
And we're committed to making sure that we're deploying them in the best and most effective ways, and that's what we would do as the second phase of the siting studies.
Okay.
I think we share the same goals.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Burkowski, I think we're ready for the next panel.
Okay, thanks, panel. I see that Joan White is here from SEIA, so the next panel will be Jacob Berlin from PEPCO and Joan White from SEIA to talk about their joint procurement proposal. Hey, Joan. Good to meet you. Yeah. Good luck.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. My name is Andrea Harper, and thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present today. To my right is Jacob Berlin. He is the Manager of Strategic Programs, and to my left is Joan White from SEIA, and she is the Director of Storage and Interconnection Policy. And with that, I will hand it over to Jacob to start.
Thanks, Andrea. Good morning, Commission. John, we can go to the next slide. So we wanted to start first with why we filed our original proposal and why we felt it was important to update it in response to the Commission direction in order number 91495. First, at a most basic level, this proposal meets the statutory requirements that the Maryland Energy Storage Program launch by July 2025 and begins to address the goal of 750 megawatts by May 2028. Secondly, and most importantly, this proposal addresses the emerging issues of resource adequacy and customer affordability. And there's general agreement, as we've seen in the legislation, for example, that energy storage solutions have an important role in addressing resource adequacy and can bring benefits to customers. Third, there's a need for market signals to energy storage developers to begin investing in deploying storage in the state of Maryland. And while there's more work to be done in phase 2 of the work group on topics like grid services tariffs and storage participation in PJM markets that will help provide those signals in the long term, we look to begin addressing this need in the short term through our proposal. And I'd say finally, and I think in the spirit of the working group, we felt it was important to bring forward a solution that was a collaboration between the utilities and the industry to highlight the readiness of both parties to implement actionable solutions that begin addressing these urgent needs.
Next slide, I think.
Yep.
Great. Good morning. Thank you so much for your flexibility on the agenda. My flight in from Vermont got delayed, so I really appreciate you being able to just knock us back on the agenda a little bit. I'm Joan White. I'm from SIA, which is an industry group, and I just want to highlight how rare it is that industry and utilities come in hand with a proposal. And so it's been just such a pleasure to work with the Exelon utilities, and I'm really glad that we were able to achieve this. Part of the reason we wanted to go first on the agenda was I did want to just provide a little bit of an overview of the various services that energy storage can provide, and maybe take questions on how that links up with the PJM system for how they bill expenses to load serving entities, and elucidate how storage can provide value to ratepayers. So this is just a level setting conversation, and I'm sure for many in the room it will be review, but it's worth just taking a few minutes out of the day to kind of discuss energy storage, how it operates, and the value that it can provide to customers on the grid. So energy storage is a truly revolutionary technology, and I like to emphasize this in all the talks that I give. Electricity is so unique. It is literally the only, commodity out there that has to be simultaneously produced and consumed at exactly the same moment. And that means that grid operators are stuck with the difficult task of when everyone gets home and they're flipping on their lights, they have to have generators ready to go to meet that load instantaneously. And that's a tremendous challenge. And what that means is that the entire system is built to peak capacity. So it's easy to kind of toss around buzzwords like peak shifting, but I think it's worth taking a moment to deconstruct what that means. The size of the poles and wires, the size of the substation, the number of generators that you have to have on the system are driven by that peakiest hour of the peakiest day of the year. So what energy storage really allows us to do for the first time in history is to, instead of meeting peak demand by building more generators and bigger poles and wires, we actually can have assets on the grid that can just peak shave or reduce that overall peak. That allows you to have smaller wires, smaller substations, and fewer generators overall. So how you think about the cost effectiveness of that is you compare the cost of energy storage with the cost of building those new assets to meet peak, and you want to pick whatever's more affordable. So let's see. Oh yeah, and it allows renewables to become dispatchable and reliable. So as we're decarbonizing the grid, energy storage, although itself is not a decarbonizing technology, it's a fundamental platform to allow for greater air quality, reduced reliance on fossil fuel, and battling against climate change. So energy storage is a key technology in that regard. Next slide, please. So costs for energy storage overall are declining and are projected to decline. We had really steep cost decreases, 23 to 25. It's not on this chart, but we saw roughly a 35% decrease in overall costs, and we expect that trend to continue really dramatically through 2030, and then we start to see kind of a leveling off. And this is just the result of supply chains globally ramping up and technology evolving, as well as kind of more manufacturing facilities coming online. So those underlying cost trends are continuing. But anytime we have a new technology, it starts out being relatively expensive as we learn how to produce it, how to manufacture it. We build up those supply chains over time. So we've seen costs come down quite a bit over the last few years, and we expect more cost declines in the future. So setting up markets that establish a robust demand for energy storage is a key part of driving those drop in costs. So you've got to build some things that are more expensive first, and then the technology comes down over time. We saw that with solar, we saw that with wind. If you go back into deeper history, we even saw it with fossil generating units. So it's worth noting that that's what we anticipate. Next slide, please. So this is just an illustrative slide on the peak shaving concept. The first value stream that we expect storage to be able to deliver on for customers is value in the forward capacity market. So the forward capacity market provides adequate generation to meet customer load, and it's calculated kind of PJM wide. All of the programs that are being proposed in this docket can help reduce this number. So the transmission connected assets reduce forward capacity market charges, which are a huge driver of customer bills right now. They help by being direct participants in the PJM markets. The front of the meter distribution connected storage segment that we kind of put our proposal together on for the 150 megawatts over the next 3 years help reduce capacity costs because it reduces the visibility of load to PJM. So when PJM looks at the Exelon utilities, they're going to say, oh, okay, you didn't have as much load as you had last year, we're going to charge you less. And that's part of why the distribution connected storage actually can deliver a little bit more value in that category, because you don't have to apply the reserve margin to it. So you reduce by your capacity load obligation plus the reserve margin that you normally would have to provide. The second value is energy arbitrage. This is another term that gets tossed around, so again, worth level setting on what that means. Energy prices in the PJM region fluctuate, so you pay more when demand is high and you pay less when demand is low. So energy arbitrage revenue is when you're purchasing energy from the market when the price is low, you're selling it back when it's high, just market basics. And then finally, avoided grid upgrades. And I want us to think about this on two levels. There's the avoided grid upgrades on the transmission level. So are there ways that deploying storage, it can be storage as a transmission asset, which we discussed in the previous panel, and it can also be storage that reduces forward capacity. That directly reduces customer bills because the way that PJM calculates the cost to customers of the transmission grid is, again, based on load. So if we reduce load relative to other states in the region, we kind of gain an advantage in that we're paying less for the transmission system. Over the longer term, over the arc of the life of a project, it reduces the overall transmission that we need to construct. So there's a transmission benefit, avoided costs, and that is region-wide. Then there's avoided grid upgrades at the local level. And that's where we think a lot about non-wires alternatives and locational value for storage. So when we're doing distribution grid planning, for example, a distribution sited asset can serve multiple functions, including peak shaving, but also reducing the need to construct local distribution assets. So that's avoided grid upgrades, kind of the cost of the transmission system, the size of the transmission system, and then rolling that down to the local level, avoiding distribution investment. So that's the peak shaving provides a huge suite of values. Next slide, please. The next suite of values are what I like to describe as kind of more technical values. These are grid stability services. In PJM, we describe these as ancillary services, but they also can be very valuable to grid operators at the distribution level. The first one's fast frequency response, and that's just, you can imagine the grid is humming along at 60 hertz, and you've got to be very precise with that. Power quality is more important now than it's ever been, especially for large industrial users. So storage is like creme de la creme asset at providing fast frequency regulation. It's a lot harder to dial up and down a natural gas plant than it is an energy storage asset. Next is volt-var regulation. We don't need to get all into the science of that one, but it's basically providing the support that the grid needs to maintain a constant voltage. And I didn't put volt watt on here, but that also works. Black Start, we haven't had very many Black Start events in the PJM region recently, but that's been a common occurrence in the past. And energy storage is a very effective grid forming technology, especially with modern battery energy storage management systems. And then finally, storage as a transmission asset. So we talked a little bit earlier about the differentiation between an asset operating in the wholesale markets versus storage as a transmission asset. And the truth is you can kind of take storage and use it in lieu of a transformer, for example, or if a wire is getting overloaded, you can kind of shift load around so that you don't have to upgrade. So that's one application. That asset actually can function in other ways in addition to that. So it's the reason I like storage is when you buy a wire, all you get is a wire. If you're using storage instead, maybe you can also take advantage of some of these other revenue streams and avoided costs like peak shaving and reduction in transmission costs. Let's go to the next slide. And then finally, reliability. And this is a huge one. I think we talked a little bit earlier about the value of transmission-connected storage in terms of economies of scale. Nationally, around between 80 and 85% of storage that's constructed is transmission connected, and the reason is that you just need one site and you can do a big project. So you're getting economies of scale on soft costs as well as hardware, installation, all that stuff. So in terms of just getting megawatts that can serve those larger regional functions, transmission is critical. For reliability at the local level, here's a huge opportunity that we don't necessarily get at the transmission level. And that is that storage behind the meter, as well as storage on the distribution grid, can become a reliability asset. So during outages, it can provide ongoing power. If it's connected with solar, you can really ride through a several-day-long outage. So I like to focus on those critical facilities like emergency shelters, critical communications equipment, facilities where first responders are located. So we've seen a lot of really effective bespoke projects that meet those needs in the community. And I think that the beauty of the RFI proposal that we've put forward is that that can be included in the list of criteria. So in a few minutes, we'll present a slide on what criteria we'll be evaluating, and that's among them. So anytime we're advocating for state-level programs, we like to include marginalized communities, especially people with disabilities and the elderly. They're disproportionately impacted by outages, and so having program designs that really encourage adoption in facilities that serve those communities can be an important state function. So let's jump to the next slide. This is just a little snapshot of the value that we believe private developers, but also utilities, can bring to these different market segments. So the reason that a lot of residential and small commercial entities will adopt storage is that they're really focused on power reliability. So although this speaks to something that you were talking about earlier, Commissioner Barvet, which is that even though residential systems cost more, you usually can get residential customers to underwrite a larger percentage of the costs because they care about reliability. So unit for unit, it's more expensive, but customers view it as a green asset. They want to pair it with their net metered solar. So oftentimes they're willing to kind of put forward more of the capital. And then when the battery's not in use for reliability functions, you can deploy it for grid functions. So it's kind of it's a win-win for the residential sector. Large scale, we talked a little bit about the wholesale revenue opportunities or avoided cost opportunities. Again, federal ITC available for all three of these size buckets. The medium scale is really the one that I want to focus on because that's the focus of our joint proposal. And that's the front of the distribution meter. So it's not co-located with load. It's not at someone's house. It's not at a commercial facility. It's like a standalone storage entity that's located on the distribution grid. And these systems provide a really unique market niche. So they can reduce load, which again is a greater savings than participating in the PJM wholesale markets. And then they also can provide distribution grid support. So an asset that a utility can call on to balance the grid in times of need, also potentially providing resilience to local neighborhoods and emergency shelters, things like that, and can fit into utility distribution grid planning in a unique way that transmission connected assets cannot. So this size bucket it's a little counterintuitive. It's a little different than how we think about other assets like solar, for example. But it's one of those critical market segments that needs special attention to get off the ground, and also can offer a unique value to customers and ratepayers. Next slide. Is that the end? Yeah. So that's the end of our kind of level setting storage 101. And I think, Jacob, I'm going to turn it back over to you to cover this slide, and we can kind of bounce it back and forth.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
So returning to the proposal specifically, at a high level, as part of this proposal, the Exelon utilities seek to procure a target of 150 megawatts of distribution connected storage. Each Exelon Maryland utility would be allotted a portion of that 150 megawatts based on its 2024 retail sales, and this would be inclusive of both third-party owned front-of-the-meter and utility-owned storage. Each ownership model must be allocated as part of this proposal at least 30% of the utility's overall allotted target, leaving 40% that can be used in either ownership model. And so, looking at the slide and using BGE as an example, based on the retail sales, they would receive 100 megawatt allotment of the 150. Within that, 30 megawatts would be utility owned, 30 megawatts would be third party owned, and 40 megawatts would then be flexible. And this flexibility, I think, is really important as it allows each of the utilities to effectively deploy that storage based on the needs of its electric system and its customers. And we wanted to highlight on this slide as well, and as John highlighted earlier around Senate Bill 937, much of what is proposed here already aligns and complies with that bill. So highlighting that includes the overall target, the method for allotting the targets, the inclusion of both third-party and utility ownership models, and the target for 30% of third-party ownership. Next slide. So looking specifically at the RFP request for proposal process, the utilities would run separate processes for third-party owned and utility-owned projects. In order for these procurements to play a role in meeting the 750 megawatt target by May 2028, I think a key objective of the RFP is to select cost-effective and, importantly, deployable projects. So we've identified several selection criteria that we think will help accomplish that. But also the utilities will look to engage with stakeholders to get feedback on the criteria in helping meet the objectives of deployable projects. The utilities would run the solicitation of third-party owned projects annually until one of these four criteria are met. Either the budget is exhausted, the capacity target has been met during the 2025 to 2028 timeframe, other initiatives are established, and of course, any additional commission direction. And again, I want to highlight that our proposal is inclusive of the criteria outlined in Senate Bill 937, which includes cost-effective considerations, including demonstration of any avoided grid costs, any avoided emissions, that can be completed within 18 months, and any additional factors determined by the Commission.
And if I can just pause, maybe I'll add a little something to this slide. I think Commissioner Suchman, you were asking earlier, like how would we determine which projects move forward? And I think this is kind of a key slide for that question. We're hoping that the RFP can include a high level of detail on what the utilities are looking for that would serve the grid to the greatest extent possible. And I over the longer term, a grid services program is great. The nice thing about this is that we can look at the list of projects and say who ticks the most number of boxes, and select those projects that are optimized to provide both local grid benefits as well as those kind of larger transmission benefits.
Next slide. So as the utilities conduct this procurement process, it is important to provide transparency into the selection process and develop reporting constructs to provide to the Commission, staff, and other stakeholders the transparency for them to see that this process is meeting its objectives and any additional statutory requirements. This would include providing staff with transparency during the evaluation process and filing reports with the Commission on the results of the RFPs. As highlighted in this graphic again, several steps can be included into this process that would make it compliant with the Senate bill, including the electric company submitting procurement plans and the Commission issuing any additional orders here. But overall, this proposal will create a transparent process that can facilitate the procurement of cost-effective and deployable storage on a timeline that will begin addressing the 750 megawatt by May 2028 target.
Yeah, great. And I'd love to just add to this slide. So, Commissioner Suchman, again, you were asking when are we going to get the detail on exactly what the selection criteria will be, what the planning on the distribution grid looks like how are we going to optimize these resources to make sure that they're actually cost benefit plus, so not just a net cost, but also can provide some actual value to the grid that at least offsets, if not exceeds, their cost. And I think the key date to look to here is November 2025. So what we're looking for the commission to do in this proceeding is just say, go ahead and develop what your RFP is going to look like. Then November 2025 gives us that check-in date. So the utilities, in conjunction with stakeholders, would file very detailed plans as to what those RFPs would look like, what the selection criteria are, what the terms are, and then that gives the commission another opportunity to weigh in and comment on those plans. Are they adequate? Do they contain adequate detail? So the authorization we're looking for in this proceeding at this time is very high level, and then we would be able to dig down before any dollars actually get spent. I think next slide, right?
Yep, next slide.
Okay.
So it's important prior to initiating this process to establish a budget and a cost recovery mechanism, as it will provide the necessary financial certainty to utilities and therefore developers. We recommend that the Commission establish a procurement budget that is incremental to utilities' existing approved budgets, and that staff provide guidance to the Commission on the budget size using either a dollar per megawatt or dollar per megawatt hour methodology. And we note here that staff in their comments provided a $2 million per megawatt figure. We also recommend that the cost recovery should utilize a regulatory asset similar to the energy storage pilot program or a performance incentive mechanism with a surcharge. And some important considerations here is when it comes to cost recovery include the long lives of energy storage assets and the recognition that near-term cost impacts of the Maryland Energy Storage Program may not initially be offset in reductions in near-term PJM capacity costs. And so as presented in the table here, the regulatory asset mechanism provides for a more affordable cost recovery and allows for the costs paid by customers to better match the benefits of the program. Next slide. And so actually after filing our proposal, Pepco Holdings released an RFI to better understand the interest and potential near-term market for third-party storage in our service territory. And so we received several responses totaling over 55 potential projects. And of those, 145 megawatts worth of storage indicated that they could be deployed by May 2028 or within 1 year of a signed interconnection agreement. And I think this was a very quick RFI process. And so while this is just a small sample size, I think it's a clear indication that the industry is ready and eager to respond to utility procurements.
Yeah, and I can verify that from the industry point of view. We've been in really close touch with members who have already working on site control, working on interconnection submissions, and this is a very active community that with access to a huge amount of capital that kind of stands ready to answer the call.
Next slide. And so in closing, this proposal for the Exelon utilities to procure 150 megawatts of distribution storage brings with it 4 key benefits. First, it will quickly deploy storage to send financial signals to developers and begin the creation of an in-state storage market. Second, it will begin addressing resource adequacy and electric system constraints. Third, the flexibility of this proposal in ownership and sizing will allow the utilities to meet the needs of its electric system and its customers. And fourth, it creates a near-term solution for the Maryland Energy Storage Program, while Phase 2 of the work group continues to work collaboratively to develop future solutions to support energy storage development in Maryland. And so with that, any additional?
No, I think we stand open for questions.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Barve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, Ms. White, you talked about comparing the cost of generation to storage. What metric do you use? Is it typically dollars per megawatt hour?
Yeah, I would say that's a common metric. You can also look at dollars per megawatt. It depends on what exactly you're targeting. Are you targeting capacity on a certain line, or like how peaky is your peak? Those are all questions that would feed into something like that. Yeah.
Okay. I would think dollar per megawatt hour would be the best metric because it allows for a comparison of various generation forms. So you know, when you're pairing a battery with solar or gas or nuclear or whatever, it seems to me that that really is the gold standard metric rather than the base plate megawatt, because functionality, I think, is the most important thing to look at. So at least for myself, I'm going to use dollars per megawatt hour deliverable. Second thing is discuss a little bit with me this whole concept of behind-the-meter batteries and how they support the grid. I will tell you, I'm an electric vehicle driver, and I cannot imagine a scenario where I would want to have electrons drained from my car battery to support the grid. You would really almost have to pay me $1,000 a day to make me do that. And a lot of people, when my mom was still alive, I had to keep electrons in my battery because she lived an hour away, and I was not going to, if my mother called me, it's not an acceptable response to say, well, Mom, I used my battery to support the grid today, so I can't drive out to see you. So when it comes to batteries, stationary batteries like Powerwalls in a person's residence, is it that the batteries are feeding electricity into the grid, or is it mostly that people are using their personal battery to accommodate their personal use so that they don't take electrons off the grid? What is the more likely functional scenario of grid support? Because if it were me, I would be perfectly happy with not taking electricity off the grid. Again, I'm very skeptical of the idea of me using my battery to directly support the grid. So describe to me how this functionally works.
Yeah, I can provide actually a lot of detail on that. So prior to this job, I was a hearing officer at the Vermont Public Utility Commission, where we implemented the first ever Bring Your Own Device program, as well as the Green Mountain Power Tesla Powerwall program, which were kind of first in the country. Residential, like taking residential storage assets, aggregating them up through a VPP client into grid relevant assets. So it's the people's individual attitudes about like a standalone battery is a little different than a vehicle, because you don't necessarily need it until you need it. Does that make sense? Like a vehicle, you need to have ready at any time.
Right.
Arguably, you could say a great use is flexible charging. So you say, okay, instead of charging at 10 p.m., I'm charging at 2 a.m. or whatever. So we have programs that do that as well. In terms of feeding back into the grid, like a standalone battery in someone's home is largely going to be offsetting their own load during peak periods.
Okay. That's what I suspected.
But power can flow back onto the grid. The key is just communication with customers and then timing it. So if you have a peaking event, and peaks could be like monthly peaks, annual peaks, and you communicate out to customers, hey, we're going to discharge your battery during this time, and it's going to be empty at this period, and then it's going to take this long to recharge. But guess what? We don't actually expect an outage during that time. People literally do not care. I mean, in my experience, they're okay with their battery being empty as long as they don't need it for reliability purposes. And we can pretty much predict when when outages are likely based on weather. The outages are highly weather dependent.
Okay, this is a little bit off the topic of the legislation, but since you're an expert in this field, I want to ask you the question. I've long felt that a public service that the utility system should provide to society is one of helping to subsidize individual battery storage for people who are medically reliant on the use of batteries, people who have oxygen generators, people who have home dialysis machines. And I personally have a neighbor in my building who is very, she's hooked up to a lot of machinery because of her physical condition. Am I right to say that this is not for the purpose of grid stability or load management, but am I, generally speaking, correct to say that this is the sort of way we should be moving in order to be able to protect our most vulnerable ratepayers during bad times?
Yes, I could not agree more with that. And the program I would point to is the California SGIP program, the Self-Generation Incentive Program. They have a special, so they have different incentive rates for homeowners. They have a special add-on rate, and that basically makes the battery system a lot more affordable. And they calculate whether you're eligible for this, like additional money to cover a home battery system, whether you qualify for disability, whether you have medically necessary electricity, and many commissions have like a medically necessary electricity program where you can prevent shutoff for customers for whom electricity is medically necessary. So those, you can basically just take those same criteria and apply them to an added incentive program. And that being said, like again, outages being relatively rare, those batteries still can function on the grid as an asset that provides value for other customers. It's just that you're topping it up to make sure that the investment that we're making has the most impact on the most
Right, the
vulnerable.
first priority would be to the patient ratepayer, then it would be to the grid. Okay, finally, and this is for all of you, first of all, thank you for providing this very helpful calendar on page 11 about the way this process is going to go. You envisioned us launching the program in July, and that your first submission would be in November, and the third action would take place in May of 26. But as a general rule, if we can do these things faster, that's going to be the benefit of everyone, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right. And those specific dates again were in connection with the Senate bill, right? So the Senate bill called for specific dates, so that's what was provided here. But certainly recognize that can the process move faster? There's certainly benefits to doing so.
In spite of the reputation of the Senate, they do like to go quicker occasionally. So, okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Chair Hoover.
Yeah, one question to follow up on the questions that Commissioner Barbe asked about the medical needs community. And I'm not asking you to sort of do our job, but we actually have a couple of different proceedings going on where we're looking at various items to deal with utility needs of low-income customers, particularly medically specific customers, the ones that have equipment like Commissioner Barbe was describing. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what sort of things do we need to do in this proceeding to allow us to then take advantage of batteries in a different proceeding that's more focused on the critical energy needs?
I could take a crack at that one, Jacob, unless you want to
If
go
you want to
first.
start, and then I can add to it.
Yeah, I think that this particular RFI program is going to offer a lot of opportunity to kind of uncover what's out there and look at the projects that are available and see how they might fit into that medically necessary or like electricity as a critical commodity needs. I think the most kind of visible program that can benefit that community is the residential behind the meter program. So we want to make sure that we design that with a sufficient incentive level to support those communities. The other, interesting layer that we can look at when the responses to the RFPs actually come back is, are there batteries on areas of the distribution grid that are historically weaker due to underinvestment? And that kind of touches a little bit more on the low-income issue. So historically, redlined areas of cities have more outages and a weaker grid, and that just has to do with the dynamics of load growth during the 20th century. So I think when we get responses back, the extent to which there are projects that can facilitate electrification, can facilitate the addition of solar, can facilitate EVs going into those neighborhoods where the grid is not necessarily as robust as historically we might like. I think that having strong and clear equity criteria built into the RFP process can help us pull forward those projects that are going to be most beneficial to the most vulnerable.
Yeah, and I'll add, to that point, obviously, I think equity is always a consideration as part of the process. And I think, too, as we design this, looking at that flexibility in mind around the ownership models and different things like that. And in the previous panel, talking about, things like the behind the meter connected storage, there's opportunities, as we identify those, to utilize these programs for some of those use cases. And so, this proposal was was a very kind of broad proposal, but it was designed to be flexible to be able to get into specifics and more use cases as they're identified by the utility to see where the system has those needs. And that's how we would look to accomplish these kind of broader targets there. And so this use case that you're talking through could absolutely be one of the use cases that the utility seeks to procure for.
Yeah, and I'll just add one final thought on that, which is it's fairly straightforward to construct a value stack of what storage can do that has a direct tie to either wholesale value or avoided distribution grid assets investment, for example. But these other values are very hard to quantify and put a dollar figure on. So when you're talking about reducing carbon emissions, turning off peaker plants, providing electricity to vulnerable communities, strengthening the grid in areas that have not been able to take advantage of green energy because the grid's not strong enough. Those values are extremely important, and they just aren't going to necessarily show up in a straight cost-benefit calculation. So I think, again, the criteria in the RFP play a key role there. So thank you for the question, Commissioner.
Well, thank you. All right, that's it. That's it for me.
Okay, Commissioner Richard?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Ms. White, for being here. I have to say, and I applaud Exelon and CF for coming together because, one, I definitely agree that storage is an enabling technology to really help us advance the energy transition and to hopefully help Maryland exceed be successful at its meeting its goals, its clean energy goals. So. I did want to ask, though, the question of SIA. There has been some discussion, among some of your members and the filings about what the role of utilities should be in this in storage. And as you look at the current the queue, I talked about that a little before. There are a lot of solar projects over. Get the right number here. Yeah, about 1,000 megawatts of solar, and then you've got storage 900, and then you've got the hybrid projects, which I think are the most exciting, are around 900. How do we make sure that we engage with the utilities in a way that does not discourage the private developer to come to our markets and to see what we already have in the queue, what we can do to try to get that developed as quickly as possible, and then also send a signal that we're not going to crowd out private developers, which I think are some of your members.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think one of the major benefits of restructuring is that you kind of bring in that market competition. And so we really do want to continue to facilitate that. And in our view, and I've got some time on the agenda set aside as a solo presentation where I can kind of talk through some of the competitive dynamics between, like, utilities have monopoly power, they have protected cost of service, they have, not quite, but basically protected earnings in a way that the private sector is taking on more risk. As a result, we can often provide lower prices. I like this set up as an interim limited term kind of almost like an experiment or a marketplace of ideas. We're going to see how the 30% developers do. We're going to see how the 30% utilities do, who's able to get projects in the ground, what the costs come in as. It'll provide a high level of transparency to the commission and to the public, and then we can kind of go from there. I actually do see a role for utility ownership for assets that are functioning. Again, storage is like a Swiss Army knife. So if you've got assets that are functioning like the grid, like utilities are in essence poles and wires companies. Like they provide the highway system that transports electrons, and storage can function as part of that highway system. You can use it to replace components of a substation. You can use it to avoid upgrading a line. And in our view, that's utilities can do that very, very effectively. Where I think competition is really important is in the wholesale markets. We've got storage in the queue ready to go. And for price formation purposes and avoiding kind of anti-competitive practices in price formation for energy capacity and ancillary services, which is where PJM has markets where storage can participate, competition brings a real value to that. I also, as you may have gathered from our filings, I'm very skeptical of utility-owned behind-the-meter assets. And if that's to be allowed, I think in my opinion, although I'm sure we may differ on this, that it needs to be sort of a below-the-line business. And what I mean by that is it's its own functioning business that's operating in a competitive status, as opposed to sort of a guaranteed cost recovery system putting it into general rates. So we can maybe get more into the regulatory accounting nitty-gritty. I don't want to run afoul of my partners here, so maybe I'll leave it there.
Well, no, I appreciate that answer. It was a very complete answer. As far as just, some of the filings have talked about the fact that we've had a pilot in this state, and some have characterized it as very kind of mixed reviews. Some think it was so successful, and so I think we're at a point now where you need to kind of move beyond pilots and actually really start to have programs that do what it's supposed to do, help us electrify and help us to advance. Yeah. So do you have any thoughts on that? Because my concern is, at least in some of these pilots, it seems like more times than not, the utility is always coming back because this went wrong, or supply chain, we're going to need more money. And oh, by the way, if we don't get the more money, then all the investment so far is gone. So I just worry about this risk shifting. And how do we make sure that we truly are successful at bringing costs down? If we're not going to electrify, people are not going to move toward electrification unless electrification is an attractive option. So
Yes.
what do we do with that cost, with the risks? And what are your thoughts on the pilot we've had so far?
Yeah. Okay. So I wasn't in the pilot proceeding. I'm not as in the nitty gritty of what went well, what went wrong. I understand there were siting issues that went on. There was a question on, like how fast things could be built, et cetera. So in my view, the storage market in the U.S. has come a very, very long way since the authorization of the pilot. So we've got hugely robust markets in California, New York, Texas, just absolutely huge deployment. So in terms of the maturity of the supply chain, we're definitely there. There's a lot of learnings on siting that I know the private developer community brings because we're operating in different jurisdictions. In terms of the program design, I think the top programs that we can look to are the California SGIP, which I raised earlier, along with their resource adequacy tolling agreements for transmission scale. There's the Massachusetts and Connecticut Connected Solutions programs, and then there's the New York VDER, or Value of Distributed Energy Resources programs. And that's really where John's group comes in and has been doing such an excellent job at saying, we understand the fundamentals of the program dynamics that we need. We just haven't been able to get the terms of a tariff drafted. Where it's tricky is calculating the avoided cost values. So that's the kind of a cost-benefit study that we're trying to put together in the working group right now. And that will really give us that framework or a toolkit in which we can plug in values every year and say, we think forward capacity is worth X, transmission is worth Y, and we can just create a very standardized walk-up kind of grid services program. And I think we're all working in good faith toward that, but recognizing that it's unlikely to get the kind of megawatts that we need to hit that legislative 2028 target. So the RFP is another program structure that's been used in renewables in the past. It's also known as a feed-in tariff, is kind of a similar concept where you're saying, we're offering this term, we're getting back bids, we're going to take the lowest bidders, but also the bidders who meet the most criteria that we have. It's kind of a little bit of a balancing act with a little bit of commission check-in along the way. So that's a long-standing program structure. So I would say this isn't exactly a pilot, it's the step in between the pilot and then ultimately the grid services program, which I think can be a long-lived program that can provide value to the grid once we get that framework established.
And protection for the ratepayer.
Yeah, so the ratepayer protection piece, I think the grid services really offers a lot in that department because it actually takes, it's a real calculation of what is the cost of forward capacity, how are we avoiding it by discharging this? You can look at what you paid for, and then you can look at how it performed and say, were we above or below the market this year? Did we save money relative to what we would have paid in PJM for the cost of acquiring the, forward capacity energy ancillary services? So it's a program that I think it's very concrete to see where the ratepayer benefit can come into it. That being said, we're in a little bit of a transition time where at times, like, okay, with any technology, gas included, like you're going to be out of market some years and in market other years. So you can't look at any one year and say, hey, the market outperformed what we got from our batteries. That means this whole program is trash, right? Sorry, that's probably not the formalized way of putting that. You've got to look at an average over time and make sure that those assets perform. And the way that PJM, this is super nitty gritty, but the way that PJM calculates the forward capacity obligation of load serving entities like the utilities, it takes a little time for a reduction in demand to actually show up in utility bills. So I want to set expectations that there will be a period of mismatch where this program could potentially cause some upward rate pressure, and then over time we'll see that rate pressure alleviate, which is the reasoning behind us proposing a regulatory asset, because it more accurately matches the timing of the savings that customers will experience with the timing of the impact to their bill. So they'll see a small impact up front, and then when the savings start kicking in, we're hoping that's a 1-to-1 or better offset of avoided costs. So again, super nitty gritty, but I think the reg asset approach will help take the strain off of that rate pressure until we see the benefits being realized.
Okay, and I appreciate you talking a little bit about PJM, because at least my time here, which is coming to an end, I've only seen PJM wholesale costs go up. And so all the tinkering with the RPM and everything hasn't seemed to really been ratepayer focused. So, I mean, is that something your industry is doing? I mean, we are talking now about the capacity markets and some of the flaws. But there were some of your members who didn't want to, the must offer. And so there was reluctance to actually be engaged in the capacity markets. So for this all to work, are DERs, those industries willing to, again, be part of the solution to bring down costs and, be a part of those markets? And also you're talking about, yes, it's true we can reduce load and that's going to hopefully have a flow-through effect, but economic dispatch is also important. The fact that we can actually have those resources inside Maryland and contributing to the solution to the constraints. And so is that, because you talked a lot about the load reduction, but again, can we get to economic dispatch of the resources we want in Maryland, rather than stringing another extension cord somewhere with a fossil plant?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to take that question in two parts, and Jacob, just if you want to chime in, feel free. Okay. So let's hit the economic dispatch and the must offer requirements first. So yeah, we're very deeply engaged with PJM. We have a full-time FERC attorney, and now we've kind of added another attorney to help us with all things FERC, and they practice across all the RTOs. On the must offer requirement, it's not that we don't want our assets to be required to offer into the capacity market. It's just the very specific terms that that PJM is proposing, those offers, make it uneconomic for our assets to participate. So for example, this is, again, super nitty gritty, but one battle that we're fighting is the ELCC value of storage is projected to decline really dramatically over time. And the calculation, the way that they chose those numbers is just factually, in my opinion, inaccurate. So the only reason for the ELCC values to decrease that much over time is if your peaks are getting very, very, very flat. If you have a peaky peak, having a 4-hour resource or a 6-hour resource, like they're going to be able to hit that peak and reduce costs over time. If you have a really flat peak, it's a little harder for those resources to jump in and cover that peaking period. So it's very nitty gritty, and the short answer is when you pair solar plus storage and you have an adequate duration on that storage, that asset can perform as well as basically a baseload resource. So there are a couple studies from California that I would point to that you can create a generator that can hit all of your most relevant peaks, especially in PJM, which is a summer peaking system. Those assets are going to generally be available at that time. So it's not that, I think one thing to point out, solar is the quickest asset to build on the grid, and it's the cheapest if you just look on a levelized cost of energy basis. Adding storage to those assets is hugely important. And then on this particular program design, that's why we're trying to hit all sectors. So the idea being that the transmission connected assets, those that would be procured by the utility, will be participating in economic dispatch. So they'll feed into those price signals. And again, that's 80% of the program. So most of the program is going to be actually contributing to FERC price formation, keeping prices low, competitive. The distribution sited assets don't have a great venue right now to participate in PJM until they have 2022 implemented. I actually would argue, and we've gone back and forth on the finer points of this in the working group, but I would argue that you get a bigger benefit from having an asset that's not visible to PJM. And the reason is, if I'm this is super wonky, just stop me if I'm like overboard. Okay.
I was going to ask you about 2222.
2222,
But,
great.
so you're answering my questions.
Oh, I'm so glad. Okay. If I'm bidding in, let's say I have a megawatt of storage and I'm bidding it into the wholesale capacity market, I'm only going to get credit for, whatever it's going to be, 4 megawatt hours of that asset. If I'm behind the meter, the way that when PJM's calculating the load obligation for distribution utilities, they look at their load the previous summer peak and they say, okay, these are made up numbers, but you were at 100 megawatts at peak time. That means you need to pay. They take the whole PJM region and then they allocate a percentage. Like you got 100 megawatts out of 1,000, you get 10% of the costs. But that number not only includes the megawatts that you discharged on the grid, it also includes a reserve margin, which NERC requires. So it's, whatever that is, like 24% or something. Plus, it also, you layer on top of that the outage rate, the average outage rate for the RTO. So you capture 2 additional slices of value for that not visible to ISO, behind the ISO meter. And that's maximizing the avoided costs or the savings for the distribution customers. And I want to make sure that I give Jacob a chance to jump in because
I was going to add, I think you captured it right, especially just differentiating between this proposal for the front of the meter distribution and the previous proposals, which included the transmission, is I think you're right. The transmission obviously has more intent to participate in that market and be dispatching in that way. But as we thought about the distribution proposal, obviously, one of the use cases is kind of that system peak shaving, looking at that kind of PJM capacity or, that expected PJM capacity. And obviously then additionally, any additional electric system constraints that we're looking to address on the distribution system. And so really focusing on those use cases within the distribution space and the market participation in kind of that other proposal.
Great, thank you. I will stop there. I'd like offline, I'd love to talk to you a little more about Order 2222 and I think the excitement of signing of allowing just the virtual power plants and multiple households being involved in actually addressing resource adequacy, and also it has a demand response element to it as well, efficiency. But no, I appreciate your answers and thank you for being here today.
Commissioner Barbe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one more question. Ms. White, you just made a statement that I've heard pushback on, so I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this. You more or less said that solar paired with batteries can functionally be like a dispatchable energy asset. Baseload, I think is the word you used. But here's what the people who push back on that would say. So I'd like you to respond to this. Solar, for the most part, works 1/3 of the day, and battery storage is typically only for 4 hours. So that would lead a person ordinarily to think that you still need some other form of generation when the battery runs dry at some point at 11 in the evening or whenever that is, depending upon the time of year. Give me the counter argument to that.
Yeah, so I think I like to say in terms of decarbonization, there's no silver bullet, there's only silver buckshot. Sorry, that was cheesy. So actually, we do need additional sources of generation, and when you model a deep decarbonization scenario, so I'm talking about like reducing carbon emissions on the grid by upward of 90%, and including electrifying transportation and heating, et cetera, you need to get all assets, decarbonized assets on the grid. So that could include hydro, wind, solar, and storage. And coupling solar and storage is a really dynamic pair. Standalone storage also can kind of capture those extra electrons that you have from other sources and sort of even out load. So when I say base load, I guess you have to think about the dynamics of your overnight load to totally answer that question.
Okay.
Do you have a high overnight load? If so, we need longer duration storage. So that might be technologies like Form Energy that's got this kind of a longer, up to 100-hour duration, and then other storage technologies, including pumped hydro, that has a much longer duration. But that solar plus batteries can perform reliably if you know what your peaking periods are. So dispatchable meaning if you've got an adequate weather modeling into your grid operating system, and you have adequate resource modeling. So that's kind of where some of the RTOs fall down, is that their actual grid operations don't contain a mathematical model that can predict when the sun's going to shine, how it's going to charge the batteries, when they're going to be available. So there's just this dogma out there that we can't predict that, but we actually need to put in the work to create those accurate models at the RTO level. So did that answer your question, or do you have to?
Yeah, I think it did. So I really can't bring myself to think of it as base load the way a gas or a nuclear or, heaven forbid, a coal plant would be,
Right. Yeah, and I do think if you look at the historic, all of those resources have downtimes for maintenance, for refueling. In the case of nuclear, it needs to go offline for quite an extended period, every 6 months for refueling.
Well, it's got a capacity rating in the 90% range. I mean, it's almost 24/7.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So you're not going to get the same capacity factor if you're just looking at 8760 view. But is it reliable? Can you dispatch it when you need it? Once it's paired with batteries, that's true. So maybe I guess if you're thinking of base load as it's the 24/7 strip of power that you need that's at the very bottom of your load stack, that's a little bit of a harder nut to crack. And we've got to dispatch flexible loads, the whole suite of resources to kind of capture that. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to further elaborate. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so in terms of the expectation of how these distribution grid assets are going to perform, is there sort of, and we won't spend a lot of time on 2222, but is there an expectation that any of these assets are going to be able to play into the capacity market?
I could take that one, or do you want to?
I mean, I understand indirectly in the sense that it's going to reduce load, but is there an expectation that any of these assets are going to actually be able to bid into the capacity market?
Do you want me to take that one?
Sure, go. You can start. And
Okay.
I'll add to it.
Sure. Yeah. So PJM doesn't have a participation model out there yet for this distribution connected storage to bid directly into the capacity.
No. But once they implement 2222, I mean, is the expectation that they will ultimately be able to participate in the capacity market?
I think they could over time. I think the calculation is going to be how do we derive the most value for ratepayers at that time.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm asking in terms of how you're designing your RFP. Are you thinking that that's going to be some of the criteria that you're going to be looking at? Is its ability at some point to be able to participate in the capacity market? Or are you thinking about other things?
I would say, I think obviously it's still early, and as we've laid out here, it's very much a broad proposal so far, and allowing the utilities as they get to releasing those RFPs to be more specific in what they're looking to procure and what those use cases of that procurement are. And so I think as we've outlined, a lot of the focus is right now is reducing that kind of capacity, potential grid constraints, different things like that. So that potentially could be a factor that gets built into how the utility thinks about that RFP. But the proposal as it's designed right now was left open for the utilities to identify what those use cases are that they want to pursue as they release those RFPs.
Okay. Now you spoke about sort of identifying criteria for analysis for review, and you're talking about ticking boxes. So the more boxes that are ticked, the more likely that they would be to sort of prevail. Is there any thinking about sort of flipping the way that you're looking at this, based on some of my earlier comments about identifying what Exelon utilities are looking for in terms of storage. Be a little bit more proactive. This is our system. This is how our system is behaving. These are the issues that we're concerned about. This is how we're going to address those issues. So that it's less about, let's look to see, what project sort of is sort of best fits what we'd like, as opposed to, we're targeting, we're looking for 3 different kinds of projects. So this is what we're looking for, and then you have a better control over what you're going to get in terms of responses.
Yeah, I would say, I think, the way as we designed and thought through this proposal is, that's, I would say, absolutely a consideration. And so, one of the RFPs that, just kind of playing this out as an example, as the utilities identifying and pursuing these RFPs, part of that RFP may be for just that capacity reduction, right? That may not be locationally specific, and that's really what they're looking to procure, is just that broad kind of capacity reduction. A utility may identify a grid constraint that they are looking to address, right? And part of that RFP can then be intentional around addressing that constraint, right? And so I think within this proposal, there's that flexibility there for the utilities to be able to say, are we broadly addressing system peak reduction? Are we addressing a local constraint or other different use cases within that RFP, and allows that flexibility for the utilities to be specific in that way as they build out those RFPs.
Okay, now, you had proposed that we create some kind of regulatory asset. You just sort of, whatever investments you make, just put it in. And that's an easy way of addressing it if we don't really want to sort of think a little bit more about what's the best, fairest way of, or also what is sort of the best way of incentivizing folks to actually submit proposals. So it just seems to me that figuring out how it should be priced based on what it is you're seeking is maybe a fairer way of doing it. May actually put the ratepayers at less risk of having to incur costs that are sort of unnecessary, but also may help to target the kinds of participants that you're looking for. And I can sort of go back to that slide that you had of the RFI response, because all this says to me is that there are companies out there that would be interested. I mean, it doesn't really say anything more than that. It doesn't say, these are the kinds of companies that are the kinds of companies we're interested in applying, because you haven't really identified what you're looking for. So I hate to say it, but it doesn't really give me any information, because when you put the RFP out, depending on what you're looking for, it may be that none of these companies are interested in that because they're interested in something else. So it just seems to me that again, storage is a tool, and so figure out what the challenges are for the Exelon utilities and how this tool can help you to address sort of issues. And because it's a tool, I think it's gonna necessarily be priced differently depending on how the tool is used. And so I think sort of coming up with a regulatory asset kind of just kicks the can down the road and doesn't really get to where we need to go. And it may actually result in not a very robust RFP process if you're not really pricing it the way you should. The sort of 30%, where 30% will be utilities. Are you talking about your utilities, or are you talking about any utilities? I mean, you're talking about Exelon utilities. You're talking about the utility that is within that service territory.
Correct.
Are you going to put out an RFP for yourself? I'm not really understanding that part.
Yeah. So, and in the previous presentation, there were several discussions around several of the utility-owned types of programs that we would be interested in, and those are some of the different types of programs that we would look to explore to implement the utility-owned allotment within this proposal.
But that's gonna, so you're just gonna come up with an idea, and then you're gonna seek cost recovery for it from us. It's just gonna be like building a power plant or building more transmission lines. It's gonna be utility-owned asset. You're gonna do what you need to do, and then you're gonna ask for cost recovery and ask us to determine it's prudent.
I will say what I believe is correct, and then I will also defer to Connor if he wants to address it further. Do you want to just speak to it instead?
Yeah, I mean, Connor Nelson, PHI Regulatory, last name spelled Nelson. I think from a recovery perspective, we're looking for the full return and a signal that this is where the commission wants to go. And so from the construction, from a utility-owned perspective, it would be wrapped in like a normal capital investment from utilities perspective. So similar treatment from a recovery. I think you have it right.
Right, but unlike an RFP, the 30% that utilities can invest in, you're seeking advice from us about where we think you should be going, in terms of I'm a little unclear about how you're structuring this utility piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak specifically on the policy. I'll defer to Jacob on that one. But as far as the cost recovery, I would say, the regulatory asset we feel like is the treatment that best matches the benefits that customers will get from this program. And so that's where we kind of structure.
Yeah, okay, so I don't understand the program. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and so you clarified for me what I assumed, which is that you're going to just treat it as any other asset that you're going to develop and then seek cost recovery for. But why is it in this? I mean, it suggests that you're suggesting that it's going to be part of a program, but I don't know what the program is. I mean, I understand the RFP. You're going to be putting out an RFP. You're going to identify what you're trying to address. You're not going to put an RFP out for yourself as a utility. So I'm not really clear about what you're asking for us to approve here and what you're doing.
So what we're asking for is the 150 megawatt target for the Exelon utilities allotted among the three utilities by those retail sales, right? And so some portion of that is then for third party owned, and some portion of that's for the utility owned, and some portion of that would be flexible. And so what we're asking for the commission is the establishment of those targets and the appropriate cost recovery and incremental budgets associated with pursuing those additional targets.
Yeah, you're not really answering my question, though. I don't really understand for that 30%. You're asking for us to tell you to go out, and I think Mr. Gupta wants to respond. So, I'm putting a little pressure on you.
Madam Chair, Devesh Gupta, Director of Clean Energy Solutions for BGE, and certainly some of the questions that you're asking, I think, are what we're going to be getting at in the next panel as well, in terms of what that kind of a program specifically looks like for the utility procurement of the utility owned and operated for the various Exelon utilities, which will also involve competitive solicitations for pricing around those utility-owned assets for battery storage. So happy to address that in the next panel as well to give you a little bit more clarity. But regardless, what it's going to take is more information for very much the kinds of questions that you're asking. So
Okay,
we have
but
enough time.
You understand you're asking for, in your proposal, you were asking for approval. I'm not really sure what we're approving, because then you said you were going to give us more information.
Sure.
But I just don't understand the utility piece of it, because you're not putting it out for bid. You're just going to do it. And so I'm not sure what we're doing with that.
Again, yeah, it absolutely can go into more detail in the next panel, but at a high level, what we're asking for is permission to proceed with building out what that 30% proposal will look like, the program that you would approve, because you don't have a budget for that. You don't have a structure. There are inputs of the kinds that you're asking for in terms of where is storage needed on the utility system. I think Ms. White has pointed out very eloquently why there's room for both and reason for both utility owned as well as third party owned.
Okay, so for example, you might identify a feeder that is constrained, and you'll take, so that half of how you'll address it is the utility will deploy storage on this side of the feeder, and then the other half will be, we're going to put it out for bid, and this is what we're looking for from the storage community.
Yeah, and I would say in both of those instances, there's going to be the data and the information available that is going to correctly price what is the value of storage for solving XYZ challenges. We are in the midst right now of a locational value of DER study, which is going to provide those inputs for the RFPs and for our own deployment of
Right, I think that's actually going to be really important.
Yeah.
The last question I have, I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer this, is kind of the elephant in the room, which is tariffs. And maybe someone can tell me what the tariff structure is going to look like next week, but a lot of the batteries are coming from China. Have you guys started thinking about, and I'm not sure that you can really answer that today, but it may be that we'll have to take this up, at some later date, how we're going to deal with the impact that 85 days, how we're going to deal with the impact of tariffs on battery storage, because I think that's going to be a huge problem if we're, if the tariffs don't go away.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to the potential magnitude of the risk, if that's helpful. So the tariff, the main part of the supply chain that comes from China and Southeast Asia right now is that midsection of the supply chain, so cells and packs. We have a very significant amount of domestic manufacturing for the assembly of the final module. The cells and packs market in China is heavily subsidized by the Chinese government right now, which is why we've seen a massive oversupply in that space over the last few years. That's part of the reason that's driving that 35% price decline that I talked about earlier. That being said, if you look at the overall cost of a system to install, you've got acquiring the site, all the soft costs, you've got the final modules itself, so that final build out that in many cases can happen in the United States or in free trade friendly countries, and then the actual EPC installation of it. So in terms of where the impact of the tariffs hit, you can think about it will be significant. That being said, we don't have a sense of the magnitude yet, but it's going to affect that slice of the project that is the mid supply chain piece. So it's not going to be 125% tariff on the entire project. It'll be on that slice. And how that impacts the overall costs, I think, remains to be seen. But we shouldn't think of it as an overall jump in the cost of the whole project. Just those components.
No, I appreciate that. I think we just it's going to be there. We'll just have to sort of recognize it. So
yes.
Okay, so it is. It's not 10 minutes to 7. That's the clock that never moves. So I have 12:05. Why don't we break for lunch for an hour? Come back at 1:05. As you know, that we have an issue with elevators. But maybe. David, could you escort? So David will take those who are fine going down 3 flights down to 13, which may be the easiest way, fastest way of getting out. And the rest of you, we have somebody who's manning the elevator that is coming up and taking people down. So
I think John has a quick
yes.
Yeah, just want to note that if you need to take the elevator down, Deborah out at the front desk has the number to call. So if you just let her know, she'll call the number and then they'll bring the elevator up to get you.
Right.
Well, one note, however, for those who intend to take the stairs down, you must take the elevators back up because the 16th floor is key locked, so you will not be able to take the stairs back up. You can only take them down.
But you only have to take them down to 13.
Correct.
And so follow David
Yeah.
out in the front.
So if you want to take the stairs, meet me in the waiting seating area out here.
Okay, and we'll see everybody in an hour. Okay, we're back on the record. I believe we have another Exelon panel that's going to tell us all the things we need to know about storage.
Of course, Devesh Gupta here, BG's Director of Clean Energy Solutions, but on behalf of the Exelon Maryland companies, thank you again for the time today. And with me here today is Michael Wurzbacher of Spark Fund, who I'll be turning it over to in a little bit after just a couple of preliminary remarks about the utility-owned.
So, Mr. Gupta, before you start, you've heard the questions from the commission, so I would appreciate, and I think the other commissioners would appreciate, you directing your remarks to the issues that we raised this morning. Great, thank you.
Happy to do so. And then I'll be turning it over then to Mr. Wurzbacher to talk specifically about the Spark Fund model of distributed capacity procurement on behalf of utilities. So just starting out talking about, as we've talked about this third-party owned, maybe bring your own device type of program versus utility owned, and why there are benefits to each of them. I think one of the things to keep in mind as we're thinking about how to tackle these very large goals that the state has, knowing that that's just a number as you talked about, but that there are also specific benefits to storage that we want to try to unlock. Having our eggs in different baskets could be important here. So that model of 30% for the third-party owned, 30% for the utility owned, and then the 40% to be able to play with to see, well, what's working as we're procuring those different types of storage? What do we want to see more of? Where is there more opportunity? Is a good balance to the portfolio. I will stress that even in that 30% of the utility owned, our intention is to create opportunities for the competitive market, to go out and competitively procure services for building that storage, for developing that storage that we're going to own and operate. So we're looking for partners, and that's one of the things that you'll hear from Mr. Wurzbacher as well as to how that works in one particular area. But even on the residential behind the meter side, the intent, much like Green Mountain Power does in Vermont, where they have both the BYOD program as well as the Green Mountain Power owned and operated program, even in their owned and operated program, they've got a network of developers that they're utilizing to develop that storage and maintain it, go out on the calls when they need, maybe there's an issue, but although battery storage and residential premises are generally pretty low maintenance. So they too are building the competitive market up with different types of models, different types of opportunities. And one of the things that's apparent in utility-owned competitive procurements is that it takes off a big part of the cost stack for those developers. I think you heard Bill Pino talk today about how there are developers out there that want to get their cost of capital plus their return, right? And that's what they're concerned with. Here, because we're the ones that are interacting with the customers, are bringing those customer opportunities, those siting opportunities to the table, it takes a big part of the market risk out for those developers. And there are certainly developers that don't want that. And even the same developer in some cases might want to balance their own portfolio between where they're out hunting themselves and where they see, okay, there's a good utility opportunity to compete to offer at the lowest cost to serve that need, is the idea. I did say, I think I also heard some ask about, well, what are we actually asking for here? And I think what we're asking for, two things. One, there is just generally the threshold question of what's the cost recovery model? And you've heard that, the reg asset term, a couple of times today, a handful of times, and that's so that we have a way of tracking the cost so that we can develop the programs, whether they be third-party owned and operated procurement programs or utility owned and operated procurement programs, that there's a way to be able to track those costs and in a way that we think is prudent for the types of assets that we're putting out there that really are non-wires alternatives, that really are infrastructure solutions. So treating them in much the same way as we would any other utility infrastructure solution. So that's one of the asks, is just establishing, hey, that's the structure, right? What's the rate of return, those types of things. Those are established in rate cases, right? The second thing that we're asking for is not approval of a specific program. Right now, I think what you saw from the Exelon Utilities is concepts. Certainly some of them have more details than others right now. but that these concepts do drive interest, that there's good reasons for them, that there are experiences at other utilities that we're pointing to that show that some of these concepts work, and that you'd like to see more fulsome programs proposed to you so that you can then weigh all of the costs and benefits and decide which are the ones that are going to answer the questions for you, right? Meet the needs of the utility system, as we heard, Madam Chair, from you this morning as well. You'll be able to choose at that point, yes, that one looks like it has what we need, right? And that's the intent there too. There were a number of questions, certainly in the Commission's order for proposals, that we want to get to, but we didn't have time to get to in the short amount of time. Now, there is the question about the tools, right? And what do the utilities know? We certainly know our systems well, right? We certainly could provide a list of the 10 to 15% most problematic feeders, let's say, on BGE's or PHI system. That's doable, right? What we are developing is what you heard from even the panel that's going to feed some of the third-party procurements, is developing a tool to be able to value assets, value solutions that are meeting the needs of those types of feeders. And I say types of feeders because it's not just what we know about our system today. It's also how the system is developing, right? We can run a study now, and 9 months from now, 12 months from now, 18 months from now, the system could look very different depending on where does electrification happen? How quickly do people adopt EVs on a particular feeder? Is there one particular very large fleet or heavy-duty fleet that decides to electrify, and then all of a sudden a feeder that was perfectly reliable and that we had no concerns about, all of a sudden is pressured, right? So being able to not only tell you where are our feeders today that we might have some concerns about, but also to be able to predict where is load going to be. I think I heard you in even the EV hearings talk about in the New York, the representative from New York that was excited about the tools that were being developed. We're developing the same tools. I think what they were probably speaking to is the EPRI EV to scale efforts that are combining capacity hosting maps with predictions of where fleets are going to show up, where EVs are going to show up. And we're a part of that effort as well. And we plan to use these tools to help us not just design programs, but also figure out how are we going to deploy those programs? How are we going to focus, let's say there are storage programs that are approved, focus those programs on the areas where we know those fleets are going to develop, those EVs are going to develop, and where we already have constraints on the system. There also are some other considerations, as we talked about, right? When you start thinking about equity, and that's not just low-income neighborhoods, but also residents that may have life-supporting needs. That's a place where the utility-owned programs can focus on, is where are their needs from an equity standpoint. So even if you think about where a load's developing, if there are fleets that right now, today, are ICE fleets in highly constrained areas, in low-income neighborhoods right now, we might be able to provide the infrastructure that allows them to actually electrify that fleet sooner in time without having to make major feeder upgrades, which can then benefit those communities as well, right, with cleaner air sooner in time from that. You know, instead of a traditional diesel fleet rolling through that neighborhood, it could be an electrified fleet. So local air emissions could be benefited. So those tools are there. I think, you know, the locational value of DER tool, we're very excited about. There are not many utilities across the country that have developed that tool yet. So that's something that we ourselves are working on and will be ready for more targeted deployment of the types of programs that we're talking about here, whether they be third-party owned or utility-owned. As I said, the EPRI EV to scale efforts we're a part of, and we also there was an announcement, and you know we've shared this, a fleet database tool that we've developed, which has actually identified all of the fleets in Maryland, in BGE's and PHI's territory, where those fleets are today, what it's going to look like if those fleets electrify, and how that jives with what our system looks like right now too. So there are these tools that are happening in the background that we intend to use to inform the decisions we're making and inform a locational value of DER calculation as well, right? That's an input that can go in there in terms of we know there's going to be a constraint here, so there is more value in making sure that DERs, that battery storage, gets deployed in that space. So those tools are there, and we're happy to provide more detail around them. And as we develop these programs for a full approval from the commission for any of these programs, we would expect to include some more details around those tools that we'll be using as well. I think the last thing that I'll say, just to be able to move over to have SparkFund present on their model, is just how excited I am about these kinds of models, right? There are different ways for utilities to go to market for even utility-owned and operated assets that can be more flexible, that can move faster, that can take the needs that we know that we have on our system and just be able to move more quickly with the relationships that we have with our customers. I think that's something that I've heard before too, is like, you're not having conversation with your customers. We are every day with our large commercial and industrial customers. Yes, sometimes it's about solving their problems, but in all those conversations, we're always trying to talk to them about decarbonization, whether that be about Empower programs that they should be taking advantage of, that they are paying for already, or fleet programs that they should be taking advantage of, or other opportunities for being able to more affordably meet their energy needs through distributed solar, or hopefully storage is going to be one of those tools in the tool chest that we can make sure that they're being made aware of. So I'm excited about this and the opportunity that it provides for us to have a flexible tool. And again, just one of several tools, because it's not all going to be utility owned by any means. And even that, we want to make sure that we are involving the competitive market. Of course, I'll be open to questions when we get there, but I'd like to turn it over to SparkFund to talk about their distributed capacity procurement model for utilities as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Wurzbacher, and I serve as the Vice President of Product at SparkFund. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'll briefly cover 3 key areas during my comments. 1, a short overview of SparkFund and our role in the energy transition. 2, an introduction to the distributed capacity procurement model. And 3, SparkFund's strong support for the Exelon Maryland Utilities energy storage proposal, while emphasizing the importance of a robust, competitive marketplace for battery storage resources in Maryland. So first, about SparkFund. For more than a decade, SparkFund has helped unlock the value of the built environment through the accelerated adoption of energy technologies. We work across the country with utilities, commercial customers, developers, and community partners to deploy distributed energy resources, including battery storage, solar, and other technologies. We bring practical DER experience that we want to use to make it as easy as possible to reduce costs, improve resilience, and we believe meaningfully accelerate Maryland's energy transition goals. And we often do this through work with the utilities via what's called value chain management, and I can get to that in greater detail later. So second, on distributed capacity procurement. The recent resource adequacy discussions here in Maryland made the challenge in front of us clear. Demand for electrification of vehicles, buildings, and new industries is accelerating. The need for resilient, flexible, and local capacity solutions has never been more urgent, and taking options off the table, relying exclusively on baseload generation, or only a subset of solutions, will only delay progress, increase cost to customers, and risk local reliability gaps. The distributed capacity procurement model, which I'll refer to as DCP, is quickly gaining traction. It uses utility leadership to scale DERs, and with the utility planning for, owning, and dispatching resources, DERs can provide traditional resource adequacy while also unlocking significant system value by alleviating distribution and transmission constraints and deferring system upgrades. The Exelon utilities have proposed the DCP as part of a suite of programs, demonstrating that the DCP is designed to complement, not replace, other options Maryland chooses to pursue. In terms of benefits, the DCP embraces utility-led resources to accelerate deployment at scale. As an example, Vermont's Green Mountain Power's utility-owned battery program has enrolled 10 times more megawatts compared to its customer-owned program since 2020. SparkFund's program with San Diego Gas and Electric resulted in 94% of customers accepting the offer of a backup generator paid for by the utility, providing over 1,400 customers with reliable power. This demonstrates how DERs can be rapidly deployed by utilities and ultimately reduces vendor customer acquisition costs. Data indicates that meaningful capacity can be procured through utility ownership. The GMP utility-led battery storage program contributes to a broader 50 megawatt distributed energy resources program constituting 4.7 to 7.8% of GMP's summer peak demand. And Excel Minnesota is pursuing a utility-led distributed resource program constituting 4.3 to 10.8% of its 9,000 megawatt system peak. The DCP also advances utilities partnerships with diverse suppliers by soliciting participation from local vendors, including minority, women, veteran, and LGBTQ-owned businesses. We believe that the DCP model, one, provides meaningful, reliable capacity quickly, which can complement third-party commercial programs. Two, offers the operational reliability of a utility-owned and managed asset, accelerates deployment by using modular, flexible assets that can be brought online faster than large power plants. Three, provides additional avenue to meet the state's energy storage goals by allowing utility planning and management of DERs where they best serve the grid. And it reduces system costs by deferring or eliminating expensive distribution and transmission infrastructure upgrades. And four, increases resiliency and energy security by placing resources closer to customers, which is what matters most. And lastly, SparkFund strongly supports the Exelon Maryland Utilities and SEIA's energy storage procurement proposal filed in this proceeding. We commend the Exelon Maryland Utilities for advancing a balanced framework that will support near-term deployment of critical battery storage assets, help meet the state's 750 megawatt energy storage target by 2028, improve grid resilience and reliability, and build a foundation for in-state energy security and carbon reduction. The scale of Maryland's storage needs and goals are significant. To meet Maryland's storage deployment goals, the state must deploy a diverse set of solutions and frameworks. We encourage the Commission to approve the Exelon Maryland Utilities Procurement Initiative, ensure that third-party providers have continued meaningful opportunities to compete in the proposed and future solicitations, and support additional distributed capacity procurements that harness the full innovation, capital, and flexibility available through competitive markets. Multiple ownership and procurement pathways will give Maryland the best shot at meeting its energy storage goals. So we thank you for your leadership. We urge swift action to launch this important initiative, and thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Richard?
Yeah, thank you. I guess you've heard my questions this morning, so I don't want to just keep repeating them. But if you have any thoughts on any, again, about the how we look to the competitive market, it's there. They've been in line for a while with PJM, and it seems that we could probably get to that first tranche at least if we somehow first focus attention on those that are already in the queue. There's a lot of resources there, and again, I don't know who all your Spark Fund engages with, but again, I just would like to hear from you about how we send the right signals that Maryland is open for these private developers, and try to give them an opportunity. And again, largely it's to make sure that we are coming up with the most cost-effective solutions here, the most cost-effective projects, because as you're probably hearing, I don't know if you're in Maryland or not, but people are at a breaking point, and we're just hearing we can't afford the electric rates we have now, so we need to figure out how we again start to thinking about advancing Maryland's priorities, its goals on renewable energy, clean energy, but do so in a manner that addresses some of the wholesale problems we're having, and again trying to put a cap on costs. So anyway, if you want to comment on that at all, again, how do we make sure the risks aren't all on the ratepayer?
Certainly. So earlier today, we all discussed how energy storage is this kind of panacea that's in front of us, right? And SparkFund takes that approach. It's a wonderful technology that can drive costs down for ratepayers. And during my comments, I talked about the notion of value chain management. So what is value chain management, right? So what SparkFund does on behalf of utilities to protect the ratepayer is we act as that buyer's agent, owner's rep, construction manager to keep projects on budget, on time, and that we're procuring things for the best possible price. That invites a competitive ecosystem into that state to be able to buy these things with much minimal risk, right? Many of these teams have great sales teams that are selling to individual customers, and this allows for the utility to be a wholesale buyer of these competitive products. anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would add is as we think about that, the cost, we also have to remember that there's kind of there's one pie. There's both cost and there's risk, right? And especially when we start talking about market risks, we might be able to procure a lower cost for the solution or for this very specific product that we're looking for the very specific need we have on the system in a particular place. That doesn't mean that we've limited the risks to customers either, and that costs can't go up. A couple of things, right? In procurements, we've seen this before. We've seen it even in full requirements procurements, where when those that are supposed to be managing risks perceive that, oh, there's a new risk that we didn't expect, we're going to go back and ask for that to be passed through, right? And we're going to not move forward with our project unless that cost is passed through. We've seen that happen before too. Not saying that that's what every developer will do, but we're talking about a market where there are some economic challenges that might be unexpected right now. And what happens when those developers are facing that challenge? Well, they could try to pass the cost through and not move forward. They may not be financially viable to move forward with a project. And we may be holding a financial guarantee of some sort that protects us from some of the risks or perceives to protect us from some of the risks of them going belly up. But at the end of the day, if all of a sudden they don't deliver, we may not have the solution that we need as soon as, say, the next summer when that project was supposed to deliver too. So I think a measured approach when there are a lot of risks, again, not putting everything in the basket of utility owned by any means, but not also putting anything in the basket of third-party owned. Having that balance can achieve both the cost, the best cost that you can achieve while limiting the risks as well. And that's a determination of how much risk do you want the market to take, how much risk do you want the consumer to take, our customers to take. And then that 40% gives you some time to think about, okay, well, where are the markets going? Are things settling down? Do we want to lean on one model versus the other? Are we getting what we perceive to be an efficient cost from the utility owned? Are we getting an efficient cost from the third party owned procurements too? So I would just want to keep that in mind as we're thinking about what approaches to take.
Okay. It's kind of depressing, but
Well,
okay. So
and it's not
anyway,
meant to
for
be
the whole
depressing. It's something we've been dealing with for since the beginning of time, I think.
Oh, okay. You were talking about just the cost recovery. I mean, are the utilities open at all to a discussion on performance-based approaches? Approaches that, again, I think OPC had brought up this suggestion that provide some protections for ratepayers. So, we're not kind of stuck in that situation we often are where, we're in the middle of a pilot and then, like, oh, oops, you can't do it. We're going to have to just pull the plug unless you give us more money. It just seems like that's not a very tenable situation, especially under today's circumstances. So are utilities open to, again, an approach that may take into account or consider performance-based approaches?
Yeah, I think you saw some flexibility in one of the slides in terms of regulatory models for recovery and a surcharge plus a PIM, but there is a difference in what that means to affordability to customers, right? When we talk about affordability, it's not total cost. I mean, even I manage our household budget from month to month, right? And if I can find a way to fit something into my budget for the month, I'm more likely to go forward and pursue it. If I had to pay for everything up front over a shorter amount of time, I might not be likely to move forward because it would stress my budget out at home. And so just balancing those two, I think you saw some flexibility there, the right performance incentive mechanism set up. I think there are still discussions happening in terms of what that looks like, even in Empower, which is one of the first places that we're looking at that in the cost recovery work group. I think you're expecting some comments were going in yesterday at the close of business in terms of a status report from the working group there. I think there's some flexibility. We do have regulatory and rates folks that are involved in that working group as well that can speak a little bit to that. But I think you have to think about, if you go back to that slide that's been provided, what does it look like in terms of affordability for customers on a budget basis versus a total cost basis?
Okay. All right. Well, I've heard the legislature, this could be a great tool for advancing I guess, state priorities, and even way to potentially address some of the resource adequacy issues we have in the state in a cost-effective manner. But again, I'm also hearing that ratepayers cannot bear many more costs at this point. So it'll be interesting. I'd like to we'll hear from OPC and just, maybe our staff to talk about what other kind of, I guess, cost recovery approaches we might be able to look at to see if we can move forward with some of these projects. So thank you. Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Barve.
Thank you. So Spark Fund, I don't understand your business model. Do you own assets? Are you a consultant? Are you a management firm? What precisely how do you fit into this whole thing?
Yeah, we generally take an administration style role, so similar, kind of like a DSM provider or something like that.
Okay, third-party administrator.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me.
Yep.
Okay, so Mr. Wurzbacher.
Yes, you nailed it.
Oh, thank you. People have trouble with my name. I don't understand it. But so you had mentioned sort of a list of benefits from a particular project going in. But you don't, for each project, you don't always get the same benefits. Some will give you better reliability. Some will give you greater resiliency. So in pricing it, you're probably, and maybe I can look to Mr. Gupta for that as well. When you're figuring out pricing models, there are going to be different pricing models based on what you're getting from a particular project. And then you mentioned earlier, and I think this is a good point, that as you continue to deploy more resources, you're going to be addressing some challenges on the system and then perhaps creating other challenges. So the system is dynamic, and you probably need that model or the sort of the dynamic aspect of it to be reflected in whatever it is that you kind of put together. But I don't think it's not a one size fits all, and that's some of what I'm a little concerned about with a regulatory asset. I mean, if the regulatory asset is there just as kind of a placeholder as you're trying to figure out what the right pricing model is, maybe I would have less concern with that. The problem with that, of course, is that you're still, if you haven't figured out your pricing model, you're going to put yourself at a disadvantage when you're reaching out to get projects, because you're going to miss the projects that you could have brought in if you had the right pricing model.
So, I'll stress that a regulatory asset is just the way to track the cost that you're incurring over the course of, let's say, a year or 2 years, or the course of a program. But it's not authority of say, hey, we're establishing a regulatory asset of $100 million for you to go run this program, and that's it, right? It's establishing that we're going to accrue the cost for that program in that regulatory asset, the prudently incurred cost, which the Commission will continue to have oversight over, and maybe even have the ability to approve the cost before they are going into that regulatory asset as it's, over time,
right, but
it'll then be rolled into a rate
right,
case.
but it may be, depending on the pricing model that you develop, that you won't need the regulatory asset. Perhaps you'll come up with a system that allows for some kind of cost recovery that doesn't involve you. And so, or it comes from a different pot. All I'm suggesting to you is to be a little bit open about how you're sort of coming up with whatever program you come up with, sort of recognizing that it's not a one-size-fits-all, and that you may need to have different pricing models depending on what you're trying to accomplish.
I think it offers that flexibility. Even if there's a different pricing model, there may still be some program administration costs or something that you need that you've got to be able to put somewhere to be able to collect for when the next rate case comes, even if it's a minimal amount because there's some other type of procurement structure that has come up, or recovery structure that's come up that makes a lot of sense for a particular program. I would stress, as an example, even the reg asset that was developed for the federal grants, right, for the IIJA grants, was established, but we didn't know what was going to go into it at some point because we didn't know what grant opportunities were going to be there, what those programs might look like. Some of the programs might involve certain types of incentives. Some of the programs might have involved actually owning or developing assets. So any of those could have been rolled into it if those costs appeared.
Okay.
So even if there's a model that is a bit different, that is some sort of, I think you're getting at maybe something that's more of a cost of service or cost of value type of model, whatever it might look like.
I'm pretty open. I mean, it could really be. So, and are you thinking about also trying to capture savings for the
Yes.
the customer? How do you sort of incorporate that? Because I understand the where you can capture the costs you're incurring, but how do you also reflect savings that the ratepayer is seeing because of the storage?
Yeah, I mean, let's think about a model like the utility owned and operated residential model. Those assets behind residential customers' meters are very likely to be bid into capacity markets as like price responsive demand potentially. And that might accrue some value in the capacity market, significant value right now, that would then be returned to ratepayers, right? In the same way that we do under Connected Rewards and Empower right now as well. Again, there's value there that wasn't there the year before. And yes, we're getting hit hard. Our customers are getting hit hard by capacity market prices, but we're also then going to take the opportunity to be able to bid those resources into price responsive demand so they get some of the value back.
Right. It seems to me that there might be a value in including that
Yeah.
in your proposal. So in your filing with us, you were asking us for approving sort of a list of the joint distribution procurement initiative and some of the other proposals. I'm actually trying to understand what it is you're asking, because clearly we're awaiting the next filing that you're going to submit to us, and you're going to be asking for some greater direction. So what are we? And I understand that part. So we heard what you were proposing. We're going to issue something that's going to tell you what we'd like to see in the next filing. What are we approving, or what are you asking that we approve?
So one, I think the timeline that was laid out in the slide that we had shared earlier is a consistent timeline for any of these programs, unless for whatever reason the commission wants to move faster than that. Again, that was laid out to be responsive to the latest legislation. But if the commission wants to move faster than that, that timeline can change. And as part of that, then the next step would be our filing. What does the full proposal look like?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but your filing of February 21st asked us for a series, asked us to approve a series of initiatives. So I'm trying to understand what that means.
Yeah, to clarify that, it's approving us to move forward with full proposals on these initiatives that answer all of the questions that you raised in the commission order, the procurement order that the commission established.
Okay, so basically what we're going to allow you to move forward to the next step. It's not really, we're not really approving initiatives. We're just
That's right.
approving the next step.
That's right.
Okay.
With still a review of those to see, okay, now you've got a budget, now you've got costs. Stakeholders have the opportunity to review those and review those budgets and have their opinions on those, and the commission does as well, as to whether is that a full green light to go forward, and at what size and how soon.
Okay, so the last question I have is the budget question. So you've proposed either a dollar per megawatt or a dollar per megawatt hour. Again, because we've talked about the fact that there are sort of different pricing models, is that the right approach to take, depending on? I'm just going to ask you to take that back.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer that. And because it might be a different approach, in your filing, we're going to need to get a budget number, because we don't really have a budget number now. So I'm not sure that we can, we'll have to talk amongst ourselves, but I don't know that we really have a budget number. PE has given us a number, so we have that number. I'm not sure that you have the number, but I'm not sure that it makes sense for you to tell us a number. So it may be that we can't really approve a budget until you come to us with your next proposal.
Well, and in particular, in something like the procurements for third-party owned and operated, distribution system connected storage. Jacob can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the idea there is that we run the proposals, we get the offers back, and there is some ability to review the costs to see if they are prudently incurred. They will be prudently incurred costs to go out and do that. Now we'll set up those procurements for lowest reasonable costs that meets all of the requirements that we have, but there still could be some amount of commission approval before a full approval of that, of the winning bids for that procurement. Somewhat like when you think about our wholesale market auctions.
Okay, and are you seeking clarity on that as well?
I should lean on Jacob, if you wanted to maybe speak to that in terms of the timeline as well, because I thought there was something baked into the timeline.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commission. I think we are seeking clarity in terms of the cost recovery for that piece as well, and like Devesh, you outlined, we had that proposed timeline of when we'd be providing that information.
Okay, so with the next round, you can provide us with greater clarity of what you are thinking about offering in terms of an RFP, perhaps with identification of how it may be priced, and then we could sort of revisit it again after you run the RFP?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable approach.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, well, next we have Potomac Edison Company, and several members will be on the panel for their procurement proposal. And by the way, after this, we're going to take all the trade organizations at once, so we'll take MAREC, SEIA, and Maryland Rooftop Solar on one panel. Is that okay? And then after that, we'll kind of finish with the developers, so we'll do 9-Dot, Turning Point, Form Energy as one panel. And Chaberton won't be here until tomorrow, so that might be a good breaking point. Unless we're early.
Am I on? We're good? Okay. No, I said, am I on? Sorry. I would never, ma'am. Hello again, Jessica Raba on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. I'll go down the line and let you know who I have with me today. To my immediate left is Mark Zuka, our Senior Advisor of Regulatory Affairs. Ray Valdez, our Director of Rates and Regulatory Affairs. Becca Harder with our Transformation and Emerging Technologies Group, and Dave Bedard, our Manager of Engineering Services. Mr. Zuka is going to lead our presentation and give you an overview of our proposal, hopefully in anticipation of many of the questions we've heard today. So I will pass it to him.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We attempted to bring one person per megawatt of our proposal, but there was one seat shy, so unless we can count John, we didn't quite get there. Just to give an overview, so we decided not to do a presentation, but instead have a discussion here on our proposal, and also address some of the stakeholder comments that were received in the case, and also to address some of the questions you all have posed to other parties, so far today. So overall in this program and other programs, we seek to find the right balance in achieving the state's energy goals, while also keeping in mind customer affordability. Our core responsibility as a distribution utility is to ensure safe and reliable service for our customers. Energy storage is definitely a valuable tool that can assist us in this, as long as we implement it in a thoughtful and cost-effective manner. So we did in our comments agree that, and also agree with Commissioner Barvey's comments earlier, that transmission level storage is likely to be the most, the most efficient implementation of megawatts or megawatt hours, but there can be reasons to install it on the distribution system. So, Commissioner Suchman, you asked kind of, what is storage to a utility like us? To us, it's basically a tool we can use in our distribution system planning process. So as we go through our distribution planning model, we will identify problems, constraints on the system, reliability concerns, capacity issues, equipment overloads, voltage issues, and we have many tools to use when we evaluate a potential solution. Some of those are more traditional solutions like wires and transformers or reclosers. We can also use more innovative, more new technologies like energy storage along with those. But overall, we're looking at what is the most cost-effective solution to solve that issue both for today and planning for the future. Again, keeping those core responsibilities of safe and reliable service, affordability, and also, again, incorporating the state's energy goals. So quickly, I'll go through our experience with energy storage. Like the other utilities, we did participate in the energy storage pilot and case number 9619. We did install 2 energy storage systems, one at the Myersville site, which is a 500 kW battery that is paired with DC fast charging, a utility-owned EV charging. The goal there being to offset the demand spikes that fast charging provides on the system, slowly charge it back over time in order to mitigate that. The second one is our Town Hill project. That is a 1.75 megawatt battery that is providing backup service to about 380 customers that are at the very end of a distribution line that goes literally over the river and through the woods. A lot of reliability concerns, difficult territory, and provides backup to those customers when it does go out. It also does provide a distribution peak shaving benefit. It's available to us for a certain number of days. I am very happy to be able to mention that it is being utilized at this very moment. We did have an issue on the distribution line where there was a floating phase in an area where our line workers are going to have to climb the pole, so it takes a long time for them to make the repairs. We were able to utilize the battery to keep most of those customers that would have been affected in service during that time. So it's a good example of the use of the battery for utility operations. So these examples do show that these storage devices can provide valuable grid benefits, but only when they're thoughtfully placed. Those systems would not be providing the same benefits if they were just anywhere on our system. It's very specific to those locations where we've identified those issues or potential issues into the future. The biggest benefit that we see on our system are likely to be the reliability and resilience benefits that we get from a project like the Town Hill battery. We have a lot of rural territory. We have a lot of difficult territory for our line workers to traverse, to find the issues, especially when storms roll through. Those batteries can give those line workers and our engineers enough time to evaluate what's on the system, go focus on other issues while those customers are still in service, and make sure that again, we restore all customer service as soon as possible. We do see energy storage as a tool to potentially mitigate grid constraints, such as projected equipment overloads, but we do have to make sure that we keep redundancy in the system. We never want to be in the place where we're solely depending on a technology like this in order to keep large amounts of customers in service, because like anything, they're not going to be available 100% of the time. We also have to make sure that we consider the effects of charging and discharging. For example, for our pilot projects, we made sure that the charging doesn't occur at a time that would be coincident with a grid peak, or at least that the charging demand is lower during those times. So we have to remember that they're both a demand, and a service to the grid. Okay, so that moves us to our proposal. So our proposal does respond to the Commission's directive for utilities to file proposals for an initial set of cost-effective energy storage initiatives. Our program is designed to be capped at both 6 megawatts of total capacity, as well as $28 million in costs. This could be achieved through one large project. It could be achieved through multiple projects. We intend, with approval of this proposal, to issue an RFP that asks bidders to respond to specific grid constraints. So very similar to our pilot projects, we're going to identify where on the system specifically this storage would best be used and what characteristics. What's the capacity, how long is the duration needed to be. If it's a reliability concern, it may be a longer duration than a capacity concern. We want to incorporate all of those things into the RFP. And then, in collaboration with other stakeholders, as we identified in our filing, we'll work on the selection criteria in advance. We do estimate that project development is going to take about 30 months based on our experience and based off of industry trends, which does put us on a little bit of a time crunch looking at meeting the deadline of delivery year 2027. We do recommend that all costs for this program and other MESP initiatives, as appropriate, are be covered through an annually reconcilable surcharge. Again, all of our costs that we're identifying in our proposed program are non-capital costs, and we believe that recovering through a surcharge is the best method in order to ensure that those costs are recovered quickly and when they're providing benefits to our customers. And then we do plan to work with other stakeholders, both in the work group as well as outside, to provide transparency into our bidding and selection process, and determine appropriate metrics for evaluation, and then, of course, measure any actual benefits that are received. So, Commissioner Sussman, you had asked kind of what we're asking for today. The way we see it today is what we're asking for approval to develop the full program. So we're asking for approval of the structure. Again, we've identified what we believe are appropriate capacity and budget cap limits. And then with approval there, then we would develop the full proposal and an implementation plan to identify what exactly those details are, what's the selection criteria, where on the system we're planning to issue an RFP for, and then only once we have approval of that, then program detail would we go out, actually complete the RFP, and then we envision per the MESP regulations coming back with each individual project, to then identify here's the results of the RFP, here's a project we're asking for approval, here's a full BCA result for that project specifically, and gain approval before we implement that project. Briefly, I also wanted to react to a couple of stakeholder comments that were filed. We have been calling the $28 million a budget cap. It is not necessarily a budget. Again, we did develop that cap using the results of an RFP for one single project within our pilot. So we recognize that data is a little bit dated. We did use some escalation factors, but again, we do admit that is an estimation. But we wanted to make sure that we create a pilot that had a limit in an ultimate ratepayer impact. And so that's why we ended up deciding on the $28 million. But a full budget would be developed, of course, with the program. We did not, in our proposal, propose any transmission-connected storage program. We do support, generally the proposal that Merrick has proposed here, as well as, acknowledge what was in HB 1035 for transmission procurement. At this time, Potomac Edison is not interested or proposing a transmission-connected program. We do support using the retail sales as the starting point for determining the share of capacity. Staff identified a percentage for Potomac Edison of about 13%, and we do support that calculation. I did mention on cost-benefit analysis, we do agree with the need for this analysis, but again, do recommend that it's going to be done on a project level. We can run a cost-benefit analysis on the program overall, but we're going to have to make a lot of assumptions on what exactly the grid benefits we're going to identify, and try to estimate what the projects are going to cost for each of those grid constraints. We believe it makes more sense for this commission to evaluate cost effectiveness at an individual project that we can bring to you and say, hey, here are the benefits, here are the costs for the specific project, and ask for approval to move forward. And then finally, I just wanted to briefly react to the presentation from Mr. Burkowski on HB 1035. Based on our calculations and using the 13% from staff, we calculate that our share of the 150 megawatts would be about 19.5 megawatts, with, again, 1/3 of that being required to be proposed this year, 2/3 of that being proposed next year. We do believe that fits well with our program. That calculation would have a requirement of 6.5 megawatts for Potomac Edison in this calendar year. Our proposal, again, is very close to that, and would not see a problem with ramping it up about 10% in order to hit that. But with that, I think I can answer a few questions before we go. Commissioner Richard, you asked about how do we look to the competitive market. I would answer that we're intending to procure the grid services here that we need for the distribution system. And then what any projects that would bid into that would be free to participate in those markets outside of the times that we identify. That's the model we've proven with the Town Hill project. We reserve the battery when we know that there's going to be weather, for example. We also have rights to use it for capacity. So if we know we're potentially going to hit a peak tomorrow, we reserve the battery. But during every other time during the year, that project is able to operate as it may and could potentially even operate in the competitive or in the wholesale markets. On how we keep costs low for ratepayers, I think the answer there is we keep the program limited because the more projects we add in, the lower the potential grid benefits get. We're going to look to identify the spots that have the highest amount of grid benefits first, and therefore a limited program is going to help us achieve that faster. And then ultimately only look to advance projects that have proven to show that they're cost effective. And then finally, on performance-based rate making, we are open to the discussion, but we believe for the model that we're proposing that's not necessary. The risk essentially here is going to be borne by the project developer. We're going to do a bid for those grid services, have a fixed price for what they're going to provide, and any kind of performance issues should be dealt with in the contract between us and the project developer. So, with that, hopefully I've addressed some of the questions, but we'll turn it over for any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Barve. Commissioner Richard?
No, thanks. You answered my question.
See, I think the key there is if you talk really, really fast, we don't have enough time to write things down. I'm sorry, Mr. Zucker.
All right, talk slower. I got it.
No, it was very thorough. So I just have just a couple of questions. So you're thinking now in terms of the kinds of projects you're looking at, they're going to be providing grid services. So they're going to be providing. You have constraints on their feeder, and they're going to be available for some period of time. You're going to price that based on the needs of the system. So the money that you're not going to be paying for the project. You're going to be paying for what you so there are going to be a bunch of value streams coming in, and they're going to be that whoever's developing a project is going to be participating perhaps in the capacity market or doing something else. Your interest is solely on grid support, and that's the cost recovery that you're going to be seeking.
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
and we think that's the best way to eliminate risk for our ratepayers. We're not looking to bid anything into any competitive markets. It's the services are what our customers need. An example of Town Hill. They needed better reliability. They're getting that because that battery is there. They don't have the risk of is that going to be is it going to make any money in a competitive market?
Okay, and so when you put out your RFP, as I mentioned earlier, I really would like to see the companies identify specific problems, and it sounds like that's what you're going to be doing, is specific problems on the system, and this is how we're going to address those problems.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
We're good?
Yeah, you're dismissed. I could ask each of you a question if you want, but you don't want that. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to take MAREC, SEIA, and Maryland Rooftop Solar at the same time.
Okay, why don't we take, since I'm in charge, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break and then come back? Okay, we're on the record.
Hi, my name is Diane Cherry, and I work for the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition, or MERIC. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about case number 9715, which initiated the Maryland Energy Storage Procurement Proceeding. MERIC is a group of more than 50 developers specializing in utility-scale solar, wind, and energy storage projects dedicated to accelerating clean energy development in Maryland. We are very excited about the passage of the Next Generation Act and its procurement solicitation for 1,600 megawatts front-of-the-meter transmission connected storage. Our members are ready to deliver storage projects to meet the targets that are in the Maryland Next Gen Act and help the state reach its broader target of 3,000 gigawatts by 2034. So today I want to focus on how our industry can meet the broader 3 gigawatt target, and I have 3 main points. First, front-of-the-meter transmission connected storage is the backbone of meeting Maryland's target. There are strong projects in the PJM queue today that have been there for years that need a clear pathway to move forward beyond what's in the Next Generation Act. The Next Generation Act 1,600 megawatts of energy storage procurements in 2026 and 2027 are an important pathway for the 3 gigawatt goal. But there are different industry business models and program design considerations that the PSC should consider for front-of-the-meter transmission connected storage. We recommend that the PSA go further than what's in the Next Gen Act by 600 to 650 megawatts for these projects, ideally later in 2028. This gives the PSC time to learn from the first 2 procurements and provides an alternative route for projects not covered within the Next Gen Act. Projects, for example, may need more than 2 years to be operational. That's something that's very specific and laid out in the 24-month criteria in the Next Gen Act. We also urge the PSC to offer long-term contracts of at least 15 years and allow developers the option to choose between a full toll or a partial toll. That flexibility isn't provided in the Next Generation Act, and that flexibility will offer the ability to attract competitive bids and ensure the best value for Maryland ratepayers. So in a competitive procurement, developers have to come to the bid based on variables and costs specific to their investment, the cost of capital, the energy market curves that are modeled over the life of a contract. These models are proprietary to each of those developers, and but those models and the way that they show up is meant to drive the lowest cost possible through the procurement. Storage devices, front-of-the-meter transmission, are less cost today than a gas plant, and they can be delivered quickly. I also want to talk about the PSC allowing for flexibility in commercial operations and those operations dates. There are real external factors that matter, like PJM queue reforms, something that we haven't talked about today, supply chain delays, tariffs. All of those are real challenges faced by developers. We recommend that the PSC design the program so projects can come online as late as 2033 and use clear maturity dates and requirements like site control, interconnection agreements to keep the process competitive and low risk. And also, you can use, there was a question earlier about, how do you know that the projects are going to do what they say they are? The Next Gen Act has very specific performance criteria, and we would agree with the fact that those should be included in this. So developers are actually penalized in that if they don't do what they say they're going to do. All right, now I'm shifting from the transmission connected devices of that project, and I want to talk a little bit about long duration energy storage, and you'll hear this more with Form Energy later. We would ask that you target at least 75 megawatts for projects that are 10 hours to multi-day, a separate competitive process for those projects. They're a little more, they're not in commercial operation as long as the sort of traditional battery projects, but it will allow for a lowest cost opportunity for those projects to be built. Finally, I really want to talk about the issue of utility ownership of storage. We believe utilities should focus on delivering electricity and maintaining the grid, not owning generation assets like storage. Developer projects keep costs down through competition. These developers are doing these projects in multiple states and have vast years of experience in doing it. while utility ownership risks higher prices on the backs of Maryland ratepayers. A competitive, developer-driven approach is the best path for Maryland ratepayers. In closing, I just want to thank the PSC for your leadership in advancing energy storage. It brings real benefits, cleaner, more reliable, and more affordable energy to Maryland homes and businesses. Merrick and our members stand ready to deliver the state on its ambitious goals. Thank you.
Okay, we're just going to go to presentations in order and then questions.
Great. So I have this is Joan White again from SIA. So yes, you've already heard a little bit from me. And I've got a slide deck that's kind of just a SIA slide deck. And I'll just keep it very brief since I've already kind of taken up a lot of the commission's time. But I did want to just go over, because SIA has experience all across the country in energy storage program design, I just wanted to provide some kind of common best practices that happen around the country as an opportunity for, oh, there we go, there it is. For opportunities for program design in Maryland. Next slide, please. So 3 core principles that I really want to emphasize in program design is, one is revenue. So batteries, as with all utility investments, are very capital intensive. And to lower the cost of capital, we just need to make sure that the revenue streams are clear and known in advance. Getting these projects financed can be really difficult otherwise. So any kind of RFP should include that component. And then the second point is regulatory clarity, and here I have to give huge credit to John for both RM85 and PC44, because we're clarifying what's needed in terms of siting and also ensuring, like, interconnection is an area where we really can get hung up with battery storage. In the interconnection process, if you model battery storage as though it's drawing energy from the grid during a peaking period, it can exponentially increase the cost of interconnection. But battery storage is very flexible, so that means that you don't have to charge it when it's a peaking period. It should be modeled appropriately in interconnection, drawing load at low load times of day and then pumping energy back out onto the grid at not congested times of day. And I think PC44 is doing a really good job at tackling that particular problem. And then finally, an issue that the working group is addressing, so we're not asking for any commission action on this, but I did want to flag it so that you're kind of having it in mind more globally, and that's retail rate design, particularly for the size bucket that is distribution connected, but front of the customer meter. They're purchasing electricity from the grid. And in a lot of places around the country, they have to purchase that at retail rates. And retail rates not only include the cost of energy and capacity, it also includes a very significant addition for O&M expenses by the utility, weighted average cost of capital for their poles and wires. There are a lot of costs layered into retail rates that energy storage can actually avoid imposing those costs. Again, because it's a flexible charge-discharge regime, best practices in energy storage rate design would kind of indicate you should not have a demand charge. Demand charges are usually incurred because you're causing additional equipment to be purchased in order to service that load. But because we can time the charging of energy storage, we always advocate for the elimination of demand charges or right sizing of demand charges based on the actual charging discharge regime. So just some design principles to kind of think about going forward. And then next slide, please. I did want to emphasize also that we're hoping the ultimate end state of this program is a walk-up kind of grid services style program, and that's like the gold standard in markets across the country. So all of the major successful front-of-the-meter but distribution-connected storage programs use this model where you have a known, like, what are your known requirements, your performance characteristics, and then what are your known revenue streams. So the California SGIP and the resource adequacy contracts have very clear performance characteristics and revenue streams. Anyone who's walking in under the megawatt target for those programs can receive a contract. And the same is true for the New York VDER framework. So that's saying, we've kind of calculated what value DER has on the grid. Anything can walk up and receive that value. And it just creates a very seamless kind of administrative process. And then also Massachusetts and Connecticut Connected Solutions programs, I think, are a real model for this tariff style that we're aiming to create through the MESP process. And one aspect of this that I think might address some concerns that were raised in questions is they have a locational component. So the distribution utilities have been required to identify circuits that are particularly congested, whether they're experiencing load growth or whether they have a high solar saturation and there might be experiencing some backfeeding, for example. The program has an adder on top of the compensation mechanism to locate in those spots and then use the asset to balance load just on the individual feeder. So you can design a walk-up grid services program that can service the entire service territory, and then spots where you really need it, you sort of layer on additional value that can be provided to the distribution grid. So this is a program that the MESI is working toward. I don't think we're asking the Commission to take any action on this today, but I did want to flag that this RFP procurement style that we're proposing is, we view it as an interim measure, and hopefully the end state of this program is kind of a sustainable long-term walk-up style grid services tariff. Next slide, please. And then finally, I wanted to, and Sia addressed this in our comments, but I think it's worth reiterating. We're very skeptical of utility ownership of behind-the-meter assets. So I perceive the utilities are proposing to capitalize the expense of investment in residential retail batteries, and that capitalization can be very expensive for customers. Also, that service can be provided in the competitive marketplace by a huge range of companies who are already doing it in jurisdictions across the country. The whole kind of point of the regulatory compact is that utilities have a monopoly service territory because the service that they provide is a natural monopoly. So we allow them to have poles and wires, and then in exchange for that monopoly service territory, they agree to be rate regulated. To have utilities getting into businesses that can be competitively provided is kind of anti-competitive and can at times undermine pricing. So I did want to go over the Vermont Tesla program. As I had stated previously, I worked really closely on that program, have been inside the economics of it, and it's touted around the country as being like, oh, this is such a great example of a program. And I think the little known fact is that Vermont's got a super unique service territory and reliability is terrible there, mostly because you've got these kind of hills and valleys and mountains and it's impossible terrain to navigate. So the utilities specifically are trying to improve reliability in remote radial lines where you've got outlying customers. And then the other thing that people don't realize about this program is it doesn't totally pencil. So there can be a cross-subsidy between customers who are installing a battery and customers who aren't installing a battery. So I worry about that when it comes to equity in access to reliability. If you have a rate-based asset that just goes into general rates, customers who aren't necessarily benefiting from that asset in a reliability sense still end up paying for it. So unless you have a really high lease cost, so the way that program is structured, the utility makes the capital investment. The customer who has the battery at their house is paying a lease month to month. The revenue from that lease goes to pay for the battery, but there's additional revenue that's required from general rates to cover the cost of it. In the case of the developer batteries, I think what we're really bringing to the table is that you can give an incentive that's calculated to match what it's worth in the wholesale markets, and then the customer who has the battery is making up the rest. So that really avoids the cross-subsidy question. So we strongly oppose any kind of utility ownership of behind-the-meter resources and feel that it's not only anti-competitive, but also can impose costs unnecessarily on Maryland ratepayers. And that's really the extent of my comments, and I think I'll just pass the mic over to my colleague Thad Cully.
Thank you, Ms. White. Good afternoon. My name is Thad Cully. I'm the Director of Regulatory Policy for Sunrun, and we're the nation's largest provider of residential solar and storage services in 23 states, DC and Puerto Rico. We have about over 1 million customers. 156,000 of those have batteries. 20,000 of those are actually actively enrolled in virtual power plant programs today, and I think that number is, we have an earnings call in a couple of weeks. We'll probably update that number and it'll be significantly bigger. But I'm speaking to you today not as Sunrun, but on behalf of the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition, which Sunrun is a member of. That includes over a dozen companies that are operating in Maryland, installing and operating residential, commercial, small commercial rooftop facilities in Maryland. Now, why would you ask a rooftop solar company is interested here, or a rooftop solar coalition? We really think rooftop solar for behind-the-meter batteries is the primary driver, that we see this across the country. that the members of MRSC, and that is the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition, make up over, well, certainly Sunrun alone makes up about half of the residential battery market. Combined with the others, it's a substantial majority. And we also, I think represent the majority of companies that are engaged in virtual power plants around the country. And I will not have to repeat everything that Ms. White just very eloquently, critiqued about the Vermont program, but will point out at least one thing that Ms. White said earlier, I think bears repeating, and that is the state of the market. In 2017, very different, very small number of residential batteries were in existence. And as of today, over 56% of all of our solar installs now feature a battery. And as I mentioned, 156,000 batteries, only 20,000 in VPPs. We are actively trying to get programs around the country that would enable those customers to basically give what they got for backup power to give their battery a day job. So they can use it when it's free to generate some extra revenue. But we really think in Maryland, and here I think is a time when everybody could use a shot of optimism. I think the DRIVE Act programs that are going to be filed in July, I haven't seen them, so I have no sneak peek, but what they promise to do is to unlock the residential battery market in Maryland. That's because we are going to be able to add an additional value stream to customers that are already going solar for savings and may have an interest in battery for backup power. But again, because reliability is fairly high in Maryland, that may not be a driving concern. But when you can add on, you can use your battery to generate some additional revenue. There may be other programs as we're developing more sophisticated time of use rates. And this, I think, maybe goes to one of Commissioner Barbay's questions earlier, was, are the customers using these batteries in the normal course? If they're not receiving a price signal like a time of use rate, they're probably not. They're probably sitting on that battery capacity until they need it for backup power. Now, if they're in a state that has a virtual power plant program, they are certainly going to take economic advantage, optimize their use of their asset to get as much value as they can. So that's why I sit here pretty excited about what's coming. And putting in perspective, we understand that the residential market itself is not going to deliver you the 750 megawatts you want right out the gate. But this is I went to law school in Louisiana, so the term lagniappe is a little extra. We're going to add, you're not counting on it, but it's going to be there, it's going to be growing, and it's going to be more and more prevalent. We're not just the home batteries, but cars. We've engaged in a pilot program with BG&E here with F-150 customers, and we've kind of proven that can be used to bring down that customer's usage from the grid at peak times. So lots of exciting things are happening, and we're excited to be a part of it, and look forward to any questions the commission has.
Okay, Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you all for being here and for your presentations. Given a lot of what we're talking about in these proposals, we're not going to really see anything, and tell me if I'm correct, until 2028 and probably even a little bit later. So let me ask you this question. We have projects that are in the queue, okay, and those are largely the transmission projects. We are seeing, a lot happening really with the capacity market in PJM. They're looking at trying to fix some of the things that everyone acknowledges are flaws, but nonetheless, we're going to see some very significant increases coming up here shortly. In June, I think it's something about 800% increase from what it was, and even with all the fixes, we're going to see additional increases. Now, a stated reason is, it's about the market and trying to send the right price signals. So let me ask you this. Should we just let those market signals work? If those market signals, are working, they should actually incentivize a lot of these projects. So let me ask you that question, and then maybe more to Sunrun and that in your discussion about virtual power plants. It's my understanding we're really not going to see a lot of action from FERC until around 2028, when we're going to have a lot of the rules in place to really see any type of opportunity in Maryland for people to start to take advantage of that. So I don't want to sound like I'm saying let's not do anything, but just in the interest of ratepayers, a lot is already happening. A lot is already going to going to hit the ratepayers, and we have no control over that. And so should we let the market work, for the capacity, see if it sends those signals, and then also, without getting too far in front of 2022, 22, sorry, maybe we should wait to see how that all comes together. So let me just ask that question.
So I can start. What you're asking about PJM capacity issues is happening all over the states in the Mid-Atlantic. So I'm going to New Jersey tomorrow, and if you looked at the BPU's director and the letter to PJM, it was probably the most
very direct,
blunt
Yep.
as any I have seen.
Yeah.
So just know that you're not alone. And I think Joan had laid out some of the problems with effective load carrying capacity and some of the things in which PJM uses to value storage. And so there isn't the capacity price, there's not the capacity revenue in the way that other like MISO and other RTOs have. So without going down a rabbit hole, we're sort of stuck with what PJM has, and there is ongoing working groups to try to fix that, but you're not going to get that in time for June. So let me just kind of leave that there. But what does matter is the fact that you do have energy demand, you have to have resources on the grid, you have to have reliability, and you do have ratepayer impacts. So for those, energy storage is great at helping all of those. When you have energy storage and it can provide the reliability and serve as a generation backup, you can lower the capacity price issues from PJM, and that in and of itself lowers the prices ratepayers have. And if you looked at the Next Gen Act, and again, I don't mean to go down a rabbit hole, but unfortunately none of these are able to be like the elevator conversation where you have the conversation from the first floor to the 16th floor, although walking the stairs the entire time, we probably could have covered this. Sorry, I just had to cover that. But having the ability, like with the Next Gen Act, it has a partial toll, but it does rely on a chance for the exposure to go back to ratepayers. That is a way that the Next Gen Act handled the worries about ratepayer impacts. So I wanted to just at least let that go. The other thing too is that for projects that don't have a procurement program and do not have a regulatory path forward, they are languishing in the queue. They don't have a way to get out, and they have paid thousands and millions of, I don't even know the numbers because it's all proprietary, to keep themselves in the queue, hoping and praying that there is a program for them to exit. So your biggest strategy is looking at granted ratepayer impacts, reliability and capacity issues, getting that out. And I'm not trying to again dive into a deep hole, but
and maybe I can hold my question. No, you're
okay.
talking about exactly what I'm
Okay.
interested in. I guess what I'm maybe I can ask the question this way. I want to make sure we're not going to be paying an incentive twice.
Got it.
Because whether even if we fix all the flaws, if
Yep.
BPU's letter is successful, the Shapiro letter,
Yep.
we'll see how that goes through, and OPSI's been offering a lot of suggestions too. The costs are going to still go up,
They are.
and they're going to go up a lot in June. So I'm just asking again that question: should we let now these new higher prices, these new market signals, especially for all those projects that are in a queue, the fast track,
Yep.
transition 1 and transition 2, the assumption is they're there ready to go. They just have been held up by PJM. Well, that's supposed to start to clear very soon.
Are you talking about the RRI?
Yeah.
So
And
it's
I
only
know
50
there's nothing really in the RRI for.
There's only 50 projects.
Yeah.
There, that's not many. It started off as 150. It
Okay.
potentially could displace some people that are already in the queue. We
Okay.
were one of several parties that opposed that. So to answer your question, no, you shouldn't just throw up your hands and say there's nothing.
Oh, no, it's not to
to
throw up
do.
the hands. I just want to make sure we're not, again, incentivizing twice.
You're not.
Okay.
So what you need to do is set up the procurement. When is it going to go into effect?
Okay.
Let people who are in the queue know, look, we're going to get the 2627 transmission connected program out the door because that's the 800 and 800. We know we have a project for that. We know we have those of 24 months to get in, but there's a lot of projects for whom that doesn't work. The financing model doesn't work. They're not going to be online in 2028. 2028 or 2029, or I guess 26, 27, 28, 28 and 29 for the 2 years. And they may not work under a partial toll. Their business model doesn't work. Those guys need another path forward. So you have the opportunity, looking at the 3 gigawatts of energy storage, goal, to be able to say to them, look, we know you're going to meet this goal. These are the biggest projects that will help. Doesn't mean that we don't need these other asset categories, but for the bigger picture, that's going to be what helps you meet the goal. Let's give them a path forward, and use the 2 years that you have for the Next Gen Act to learn from. You're going to have projects that are ready to go. We have Invenergy here today, and they are one of those projects. So, but we know there's more of them. And so what I'm really here to say is, let's not be remiss in forgetting those projects. That's really, and if we do that and understand that PJM queue reform is slow and not necessarily, everyone's not happy with where it's going all the time. And I have this conversation across the states in the Mid-Atlantic. Honestly, the states are in the position to make these things better. But if you don't do it, then you don't help. You don't get the projects on the grid. You don't help for meeting demand and getting the reliability issues addressed. And then the cost can't come down, because then all of a sudden you have more projects done. Does that help?
Yeah, no, that was very helpful. I
Okay.
appreciate that. And again, I really enjoyed the Merrick, filing. I found it one of the more optimistic ones.
Thank you.
Just knowing, that those projects are out there and we can just nudge them along. So no, thank you. All right.
Do you mind if I add a little bit to the response
course.
too?
I would
Okay, all
I'd
right,
like
yeah.
to hear from all of you.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, but I think it's worth thinking about the way that the markets actually fluctuate a huge amount, and that can increase financing costs. So we see the 2 biggest storage markets in the U.S. are California and Texas, and they do things very differently. California has basically full tolling agreements for resource adequacy, and that provides revenue stability over a long time, which means you can finance projects for less, and it also just gives certainty to the utilities, like we're going to have these assets to call on. Texas is the complete opposite. They have no forward capacity market at all. They only rely on the energy market. What that means is that the cost to provide peak energy is astronomical. Like, it can be up to $5,000 a megawatt hour, and that's how developers are making money in that market, because they're paying $40, $50 a megawatt hour, storing up that power, and then when the evening peaks come, they're selling it back for $5,000 a megawatt hour. But I can tell you right now that all the customers in Texas are not happy because their electricity bills are constantly doing this, and not only are they fluctuating a lot, they're fluctuating in an upward direction because they need to get all of that capacity online. So what long-term contracts do is they secure the same resources that you're going to need already. We know PJM region is going to need more capacity. We can secure that capacity, but we can actually provide a hedge for both the customers who know what they're going to pay for that capacity. So you're not facing, an 800% increase one year and then a 500% decrease the next year and then a 1,000% increase. You know what you're going to pay, and you can kind of peg that to the cost to develop and the bid that you've received. And then on the financing side, it lets our side of the house know that they have a contracted firm revenue stream, and that
matters in financing. Knowing that the capacity market doesn't work in PJM, it has to work in the state, and they have to have a contract mechanism over the long haul to know that, to get the financing for the projects. And that's really important.
Yeah, and you don't, the grid you can't have, a grid has to be stable and have adequate capacity and be planned over time, and you can't have resources popping in and out. You're just going to end up with capacity shortfalls and outages, and that's why we have long-range planning.
You have to make decisions about whether they're going to stay in the interconnection queue, and they have significant fees they have to pay, and they're banking on what to do. So you set up this storage target, 3 gigawatts, which, made the comment to developers, look, we're open for business. But if you don't do anything, and if you just wait, then all of a sudden they're trying to figure out, okay, what's coming next? Are you still going to do a program? Are we going to get out of the queue? Are we going to be able to do this? And so they are the ones that take on the risk more than anyone. And they're the ones for whom we want to get them on the grid to get all these other benefits that Joan talked about earlier. So I hope that makes sense.
It's very helpful.
It really is helpful to understand the developer's business model and understanding what they have to go to get the projects done.
And this is just one. Well, I have two final points on this, and I'm sorry to extend the discussion, but the way that PJM has conducted the RRI, as well as kind of their other emergency initiatives to try to get more capacity online, has been very specific and funneled in toward, it's like an outcome-based process. They're saying, we want, this type of resource with this characteristic that's going to do this. And they don't necessarily have the data to back that up. Is that a reliability issue? Are those the things that the grid needs? They're really stacking the deck against renewables and renewables paired with storage to meet the objectives of the grid. And so what we've advocated for at PJM are operational models that reflect the realities of solar plus storage and how it can show up when it's needed, instead of just using kind of criteria that functionally exclude renewables from the grid.
Like seasonality and other things. I mean, you could go on our website and go to our blog, and we've had 2 or 3 long explanations about the problems that causes, which then puts it much more in the perspective of the state getting it right. And so if you guys can get it right, and you have other states looking at you, like New Jersey, very much so, I'm heading there tomorrow. They care about what Maryland's doing. And so, lest you think that you're only doing it here, like others in the PJM community are asking, well, what's this state doing? What's that state doing? And so, we see all of this and we're privy to all these conversations, but our hope is that states really realize how important what they're doing is.
And there's a competitive aspect between the states that's important to talk about. So the way that PJM says, we have a really big pie of forward capacity and it's really, really expensive. And how big is your slice depends on what your load is. So for the next 5-10 years, it's going to be states racing to lower their visible load to PJM, so they have to get a smaller slice of that pie. So through the transmission connected program, we're taking a bite out of the pie and trying to make it smaller. Through the distribution connected programs, we're saying, can Maryland have a smaller slice of that pie? And I think the failure to take action on that opportunity means that other states are going to make their slices smaller, which functionally makes yours bigger. So it's a little, everyone's going to be in a race to lower demand, which I think is ultimately good. That's good for the environment. It's good for the grid. It prevents unnecessary investments. It's a positive thing, and we're hoping to kind of contribute to that. And you also asked a question about 2222, and I don't know if did you want to hit that, Thad, before we move on?
Sure, I think I could very quickly, because I'd be over my skis if I went too long with Order 2222. But I can say the prevailing sense within the residential battery industry is that there are not really meaningful opportunities as it stands now. That said, the good news is we have some time to do some advocacy to fix the programs, to allow the fact that most batteries are deployed with solar means these are also mostly net metered systems. And right now there's very constraints on what types of services you can provide in the wholesale markets while doing that. In Massachusetts with Connected Solutions, that is a place where net meter systems, you're exchanging energy through net metering. The battery dispatches are measured at the device level, which I know is something that the Commission has addressed recently in an order in terms of device level metering for pilots. And I think that's a really positive thing. This is something that Massachusetts has a lot of experience with. There, the customers are getting paid for their performance. So it's not an incentive. There's no upfront money given to deploy the batteries. This is a value-based payment that's reflecting the types of savings Ms. White was talking about from the wholesale market. So market reflective, not necessarily market integrated. And that's the good news, not to be a wet blanket on 2222, but the good news is you can do that and we'll have things before you very soon that will enable those markets to develop.
Okay, yeah, and the reason I just asked is because we're not going to really have, it's my understanding, a compliance filing from PJM is not going to happen until 2028 now. They asked for a delay. So again, it's just the timing, the pace that we're doing some of these things. We can try to push, but until we get again some of these orders in effect, I don't know if it will be as cost competitive if we're not careful. So Okay, well, thank you. And also, just I would say that, yeah, the states do work very closely together on these tariff issues through an organization of PJM states. So I'll be there for a couple more months, and then there'll be another representative here from the commission. And so just having regular, I guess, contact and giving us advice on how we can help make the markets work better, I think is important, especially for states like New Jersey and Maryland and Delaware that to have these clean energy goals. So
Yeah, we would really welcome that. Like anytime, call on us as a resource, and we're happy to provide information and context.
I'm often told, like, that it just doesn't work in PJM, and fill in the blank
like,
here.
why?
And
Yeah.
so now
Yeah.
tell us how we can at least try to
gonna be
advise
at MACREC?
PJM. I'm sorry.
Are you going to be at MACREC?
I will be at MACREC, yes.
So let's make some time to meet, because I think that the advocacy of state commissions can often be very effective, and so if the interests align, we can really make a difference.
Great, thank you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barbie?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First question for Ms. Cherry. I'm a little, I think I'm a little confused on your position with respect to full tolling and partial tolling. You initially said that you were in favor of flexibility, but then a little later on, you really were kind of making the case for full tolling. So
No, it's both. It's
okay.
both. In the Next Gen Act, it's just partial toll, and that was part of that law. It's 1,600 megawatts,
Mhm.
partial toll. My point in this is that by broadening that and allowing developers to choose whether they want to do a partial toll or a full toll, you open up to more projects for whom that opportunity fits their business model.
Okay. Okay. Ms. White, then, you said, first of all, that batteries are primarily capital expenditures. Is there any maintenance associated with these large BESS
Yes.
projects? Is it a lot? I mean, is it a? I mean, my car battery requires no maintenance apparently, but
Yes. I also drive electric, and I really appreciate not having to get oil changes. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say the least maintenance asset on the grid is solar. You still have to mow, you still have to check your inverters, like every asset has maintenance. But in terms of the balance, I wish I had a percentage breakdown, and actually I will take that away as homework and can file something subsequent that just breaks down operations versus capital. But you don't have to buy fuel. So the large fossil plants are also capital intensive, but then you have the ongoing expense of fuel, which can provide, does result in a lot of price fluctuations over time, depending on the availability of fuel, both natural gas, coal, and oil. The benefit, batteries do have operations and maintenance costs that exceed solar. So you've got to, maintain all of your equipment. There's also, over time, the resource can kind of degrade, so you need to swap units in and out. But I can get a percentage breakdown for you more firmly. Yeah.
also, you said that, obviously, when batteries are buying electricity from the grid, they shouldn't have to pay for capacity. I completely understand that. But I think I might have heard you say that they shouldn't have to pay for their share of poles and wires and I don't understand why they shouldn't have to pay for that.
Yeah, I'm fine with some kind of so like if you think about building a retail rate from the ground up for energy storage, you're buying energy, you definitely want to be paying for that at some kind of wholesale rate. I think it's appropriate to have a top up that accounts for poles and wires, but I wouldn't want to have specifically a demand charge, and that's for most batteries would fall into the rate class for a small commercial rate, and those customers pay based on coincident peak, which just means the whole system is peaking, and then I added your load. And small commercial, it's like a gas station or a small retail outlet or whatever. I added your load, and that added some expense. So I had to add a transformer. I needed to add another 2 buckets to the pole or whatever.
So again, this is basically the argument you're making is that the costs associated with peaks and stuff like that are not appropriate because they don't charge at those times.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But some kind of accounting for some amount of the use of the distribution grid is appropriate. And there are 2 models I might point to: wholesale distribution access charges that were filed in Connecticut and Massachusetts, which we're happy to provide to the Commission. It's just a way to think about the rates that batteries should pay on the grid. And fortunately, the working group has really taken leadership here, and Alex Worsley, who will be on the next panel, is leading a retail rate design initiative. So we'll come with some really concrete recommendations on what those numbers look like.
Okay, thank you. That's for me.
Great.
So I'm always sort of a little bit mindful of the jurisdictional divide between us and FERC, which can sometimes be a little slippery. But I'm mindful of the work that PJM is doing, and we've heard today a lot of concern about the capacity market and the queue, and I'm a little bit worried about using ratepayer money to find a way to fix the PJM queue. I mean, I understand that we need to do things to make the queue better, but and there's some sort of we'll wait and see where the Exelon utilities. We know that Potomac Edison is going to focus just on distribution. For the Exelon utilities, there'll be some transmission aspect of that. I'm just worried about using ratepayer funds to support projects that are in the queue that won't really benefit the Maryland ratepayers, will cause rates to go up, but also speaking to what Commissioner Richard was talking about. I mean, it's not really our job as commissioners to fix the queue. It really is. It's up to PJM to fix the queue, and if we start infusing funds into the process through some kind of, I mean, I've heard of something along the lines of the OREX. I mean, to the extent we start putting money into that, we're spending ratepayer funds to fix something that's not our job to fix, and I'm not sure we're going to get a lot of value from that.
So I would answer your question by saying we're not asking you to fix the queue. You need more projects on the ground. You need more resources. So where you get that resources can be a lot of different things. Energy storage happens to be a single one of those, and I would just say what you want to do is try to create a market which will allow those projects to get built. Because if you lower capacity prices through building more projects by lowering the demand, you will see ratepayer benefits. So it's not about fixing the queue. I mean, I understand that from a developer's perspective, that's where they think, because they want to get the projects built. But what you have to do as a commissioner is try to figure out, how am I going to make more projects on the ground through whatever resource get done, because we have demand that we have to meet. And so I would flip it in terms of asking that question.
Okay.
Because I feel like we're not, what is it? If you have a nail, everything's a hammer, or if you have a hammer, everything's a nail. That's not, I got my,
Yeah.
I
second
got
one.
it.
I see where you're going.
Okay. That's not how I'm looking at this. I'm trying to look at it from the perspective of, you want to have a reliable grid, you want to have demand be addressed, and you need to figure out what are the sources of energy to make that happen.
Right, and I'm definitely there. I mostly what I'm trying to caution is to conflate the two.
Yeah.
I mean, there's PJM is dealing with PJM issues.
Yep.
That our responsibility in doing what we're doing today is not to take those projects that are stuck in the PJM queue and bring them here. They could be in the PJM queue, but to me, from my perspective, it's irrelevant where they are.
But I would say that it is your job to try to get those projects built, because by doing that, you fix demand, you fix capacity, and those are your problems. So that's kind of how I look at it.
It's what we're interested is in projects that will address the issues here. So it's not, so I won't know if the projects in the queue are the projects that will fix the issues that are here. Presumably, the Exelon utilities will figure out in their RFP whether they are, because it may not be those projects in the queue. It may be other projects.
But you have the ability in an RFP to allow the price and non-price criteria to select them. So you're letting the market work. in that case. And in that case, you were addressing projects here.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on what we're trying to fix. If we're trying to fix a transmission or distribution issue,
Mm-hmm.
then market prices may not be as relevant.
Okay.
It depends on the issue.
Yeah.
And that's what I was getting at earlier. I mean, we can't have one single, it can't just be a hammer. It might just be a hammer and a screwdriver. So we just don't really know what we're going to need. We can't just assume. But I just don't want the other states to think that by doing what we're doing, we're going to fix the queue problem.
No one says that. I mean, it's really about everyone in the PJM states are trying to fix demand, reliability, and capacity. And you guys are further along in that in many respects, which has got other states asking questions, what's happening in Maryland. And so in some ways you should be praised in some ways for like trying to walk that line.
Okay, well, I never say no to praise. So, Mr. Cully, I'm trying to figure out if we, as a commission, need to do more to incentivize solar with battery, because it sounds like that market has taken off, and so is there some gap that still needs to be filled? Are there barriers that we should be addressing? So when the companies go out for bid, are there, for example, disadvantaged communities that are able to take advantage of the rooftop but can't afford the battery storage? So what is it? What piece of the puzzle are we missing from that?
No, excellent question. Thank you for that. I think I would say I know part of the Drive Act was for the commission to consider and to consult with the Maryland Energy Administration about what available incentives and programs they have. And I think there's some good overlap with their solar access program, which is designated for low to moderate income households. That's one side of the equation that could help make solar more accessible. But I've also heard that there may be a battery program from MEA. I haven't seen any details of that. If that comes to fruition, that's another thing that I think should be very relevant to the success of Drive Act programs, and particularly targeting and trying to get to specific customer types. So I do think there's a lot of opportunities in that kind of cross-agency collaboration. Otherwise, I believe, we've been doing a lot of good work under Mr. Burkowski and the interconnection working group, made some good improvements. Things are moving along there. I think the utilities have been very collaborative. I would point, as I know PBR and performance incentives for the utilities has been discussed a couple times. Something that National Grid in Massachusetts, the DPU there in their rate case approved. I think it was a $1.5 million incentive to meet capacity and targets. And so I think that has resulted in National Grid taking a very proactive approach to reaching out to developers to what can we do better. And it really has seen a change. Even though that doesn't seem like a lot of money to a utility and the revenue requirement, it certainly did make a difference. So I would say those are the types of things I think that could help.
Okay. To the extent keep doing what you're doing, sort of stay engaged. To the extent that you can identify any way in which we can target communities that are not able to take advantage. That's something that we're very interested in. So thank you. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have 9 Dot Energy, Turning Point Energy, and Form Energy.
Are we going 9 Dot, I think is first. Or going first? Yeah.
Great.
I think he's going first.
I'll go first. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Alex Worsley. I'm a principal at Stack Energy Consulting. We're representing 9DOT today. 9DOT Energy is a community energy storage developer based out of New York City with a pipeline of over 400 megawatts to be built in New York City itself. We're excited about expanding our portfolio outside of New York, and have really been excited, engaged in the Maryland Energy Storage Working Group to date. So, today my comments were going to focus on specifically front-of-the-meter distribution-connected energy storage, because this is where we have the most expertise, and because we believe that community energy storage is a critical component to Maryland meeting its overall energy storage targets. We've heard a lot today about the different market segments. Today I'm focusing my comments on the front-of-the-meter distribution segment and not really commenting on the other segments. We believe that these types of projects not only can be interconnected and constructed quickly, but they can deliver distribution system benefits near load pockets right to where the customers are. I think we've heard Ms. White earlier today describe a lot of the benefits that distribution connected energy storage projects can provide, and I think we would agree with a lot of those. However, to deliver those benefits, we need to get the programs right. We have been, as we said, very engaged in the Maryland Energy Storage Working Group, presenting our thoughts based on our experience in New York and in other markets, particularly in the Northeast, where there are budding and ongoing front-of-the-meter distribution-connected energy storage markets already. And so I'm going to start my comments talking about just some of our thoughts on where the work has been to date in the Maryland Energy Storage Working Group, and then I'm going to turn to talking specifically about the procurement proposals that we heard about earlier today from the utilities and the trade organizations. So overall, we agree with Joan or Ms. White earlier, what she said earlier about walk-up programs. We believe that walk-up program designs, rather than discrete procurement opportunities, is the only way to develop robust and sustainable long-term markets for distribution-connected energy storage projects.
May I just ask a clarifying question? Could you explain what a walk-up program is? I've heard it a couple of times, and I'm not sure I really know.
Yeah, sure thing. So we think about a walk-up program as either a tariff or a program implemented either by a utility or another agency where there is a set of program parameters, a fixed or a framework for how to compensate resources under that tariff or program design, and resources are then able to enroll in that program on a rolling basis. Instead of discrete opportunities where projects are bidding in specific projects, they would be enrolling specific projects into the project as opposed to bidding projects into an RFP. We've seen this type of design be very successful for behind-the-meter programs in a number of states, including Massachusetts and Connecticut. And we've seen this type of walk-up program design be very effective in New York, where I consider the VEDR, the value stack, the VEDR value stack, which I think Ms. White spoke about a little bit earlier, as a similar design, where there is a established framework where the utilities have a tariff, a program that is in place. And if a project meets a certain set of eligibility requirements, including maturity requirements, they are able to enroll in that program, and then they're also guaranteed to then be able to be compensated through that program, through that enrollment. We think that this type of mechanism is far more conducive to both project financing, and it also is more efficient and effective for program administration for distribution-connected projects. Unlike transmission-connected projects, these projects can be built quicker, and we're expecting there are going to be a larger number of them. Bidding in a large quantity of small projects into an RFP, I think, is administratively difficult for us when we're thinking about developing our portfolios of projects, as well as for the administrator of the program having to manage potentially tens to hundreds of contracts with individual small projects. If we believe that distribution energy storage is going to be a component of the overall program for energy storage in Maryland, we think that we should be designing a program that allows these assets to come on easily and simply. We think that the walk-up design is far more effective to doing so than procurements. This is different than transmission connected projects where a developer might have the capacity or the willingness to invest more into a single project and expend more resources to participate in single RFPs than a smaller project where investing all the time and effort to go into a single RFP for a smaller project may not be worth it. Overall, we think that the lockup program design is far more effective for this market segment. We've been very active, engaged in developing what we think that this program design should look like in the Maryland Energy Storage Working Group. We think that the conversations that we're having there address a lot of the questions that you guys have been asking today about where can these resources provide the most value, and then how do we deliver that, or how do we then create compensation mechanisms, or how do we then transfer those or share those benefits between the assets that are on the system and ratepayers? So those questions and conversations are all ongoing at the Maryland Energy Storage Working Group. And one of the main points that I wanted to bring up today is that we're hoping that while we recognize the importance of potentially these short-term bridge procurement proposals, that whatever efforts we're taking here, that the Commission remain committed to the long-term vision of an energy storage market through the types of programs that we were talking about and designing in the Maryland Energy Storage Program Working Group. Turning to the procurement proposals that we've heard about today, we covered in our comments that we submitted with a number of other distributed energy storage developers. We have two main concerns with them. One is the focus on utility ownership. We strongly believe that this is a significant shift in risk to Maryland ratepayers, and we are concerned about the utilities proposals to emphasize utility ownership. The second is the focus on the behind-the-meter energy storage within this narrowly scoped procurement proceeding. We think that the Maryland Drive Act is really the vehicle that we should be focusing in on delivering the benefits from those types of assets, at least in the short term, and then potentially in the long term, that those types of assets could be roped into the larger Maryland Energy Storage Program Working Group programs. On the utility ownership piece, I think we've heard a lot about this today, but we think this is a significant shift not only in risk, but a significant shift in policy, and we think that in order to justify this, we would need to see a very clear explanation for why these assets under a utility-owned procurement proposal could not be procured under a competitive solicitation, why these assets couldn't be given the right contractual terms or program structure to deliver the benefits that would be similarly delivered under a utility procurement. So we're concerned that by just blanket accepting utility a segment for utility ownership owned project and a segment for third party owned project is really not the way that we should be moving forward. I think that covers most of my points. And we're really excited about the opportunity here, and we believe, as we said, that we're not opposing these procurements as a short-term bridge, but we really do believe that these long-term walk-up programs that we've been working on very hard in the Maryland Energy Storage Program Working Group and with the Rate Design Working Group, are really the future towards the market, we would encourage the Commission to remain committed to that long-term vision.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Murray, Director of Business Development with Turning Point Energy. We are a community solar developer with a lot of experience here in Maryland, but we'd love to develop battery storage as well. And so my testimony today is going to be relatively brief, and I would just want to highlight some of the kind of areas that we as a developer are seeing need a lot more clarity, and kind of in how Maryland permits and ultimately is going to deploy storage. So considering three primary factors, one is that right now there is no county that has a battery storage ordinance. Right now, it's very much a black box. The only county looking at that right now is Caroline County, and they've placed a moratorium on any battery siting. Now, fortunately, the legislature helped address that, and obviously through Mr. Burkowski's leadership at the work group, we're seeing some of that kind of permitting standards and a process by which the commission can permit start to come to fruition. But nonetheless, we're still going to need to see localities, pass an ordinance and sort of govern the deployment of battery storage. The second piece of kind of cloudiness that I'll frame up is around interconnection. And Ms. White commented on why interconnection is so important from the developer perspective to not only get right, but provide certainty on as to what interconnection costs will be and what the timeline will look like and all the other questions that we as a community solar developer already know as we deploy solar assets here in Maryland. And so given those two pieces, in addition to supply chain uncertainty that we and a number of other industries are seeing right now in this country, it's very difficult to put a price and a timeline on battery storage. And so with those pieces in mind, I want to make sure that we get storage right from a price perspective, given all these forms of uncertainty. But then we also approach it keeping in mind that any procurement process should really also accompany a RFQ. And why do I say that? Well, just looking at how we're approaching it, we're thinking about, okay, where are hot spots that we should deploy storage? Where could storage assets be potentially most meaningful? Well, there's a lot that goes into project development besides just simply securing site control. It's working with landowners. It's engaging the county. It's working with the local community and in educating neighbors. Commissioner Barve, when you're in the legislature, you dealt with a lot of siting issues that you saw come across your desk, and battery storage is no different. And so by adding a layer of ensuring, one, that developers who are participating in the procurement process have experience not only with energy siting, but battery storage, community engagement, financing, engineering, all these other layers that will really make a project not only pencil in the best interest of the ratepayer, but ensure that it meets the ambitious timelines that were set about by the General Assembly. And so I really want to frame this conversation up in that way and just say that as a developer, we'd really like to see both the interconnection process and the permitting process start to clear up before we move into thinking through pricing and all these other incentive levels, just because I think if we don't have those two pieces clear, we really can't estimate how much a potential project or the process of developing a process will take. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and look forward to questions.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Matt Mullen with High Street Strategies on behalf of Forum Energy today. Good to be with you. Forum Energy is a U.S. energy storage technology and manufacturing company that is commercializing a rechargeable iron-air battery capable of continuously discharging electricity for up to 100 hours at full rated capacity without the need to recharge. Forum's multi-day battery can enable an electric grid that is reliable and cost-effective year-round, even in the face of multi-day weather events and energy shortages. It can achieve low cost by using iron, one of the most abundant and cheapest minerals, and the iron-air battery is modular, safe, and can be sited anywhere on the grid. We believe that a forward-looking approach that embraces the unique capabilities of multi-day storage is essential for Maryland to achieve its clean energy goals, enhance grid optimization and reliability, reduce the risk of predicting system peaks, and deliver long-term cost effectiveness. So you have a lot of different proposals in front of you. As the Commission proceeds with this process, we would offer 4 recommendations for you to consider. The first, similar to what we heard earlier, we would recommend explicitly including a multi-day storage in phase 1 procurement. We recommend that the Commission set aside a small portion, 75 megawatts of the 750 goal, as a focus program for multi-day resources, and consider creating a separate competitive procurement process to select the best projects in this category. Forum Energy defines multi-day storage as 24 hours or higher, and so we would recommend a 75 megawatt for multi-day storage. Number two, use distinct evaluation criteria for the multi-day storage. Such a procurement could recognize the innovative nature of these resources and reward the lowest cost of stored energy. Commissioner Barve, you mentioned megawatt hour earlier. We would agree. Dollars per megawatt hour is a good metric. This concept would award credits per megawatt hour of stored energy capacity and select resources based on the net present value per unit of stored energy. New York's index storage credit is a good example here, that concept. It's currently being finalized. We would recommend maybe taking a look at that. Number three, start establishing the market and begin gathering feedback. Providing a focused program for the multi-day storage category would allow one or more storage projects with longer durations and significant reliability benefits to compete for a chance to deploy in the state in the phase one. And if no projects are bid or selected, the 75 megawatts could perhaps be carried forward to subsequent future procurement phases. And then number four, engage stakeholders on a multi-day storage consideration. We encourage continued engagement of broad range of stakeholders, developers, grid operators, consumer advocates to further explore the specific requirements and opportunities for multi-day storage in Maryland. With the legislature's recent passage of the Next Gen Act, policymakers have underscored the importance of dispatchable energy resources with high ELCCs for meeting Maryland's reliability needs. We would note that Forum's multi-day storage would clearly fall within that category, providing reliable power when it is needed most. So in conclusion, you all have an opportunity to use this process to advance the state's goals, but also begin to build the market, Maryland's market, for multi-day storage systems. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions I can.
Okay, Commissioner Barve.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bite. What is the New York index storage credit, roughly speaking?
Commissioner Barve, I'm not surprised you hit the soft spot in my testimony. I'm going to allow my colleagues at Form Energy to follow up with you after today with a far more detailed description of that, so I don't butcher it in front of everyone in the room today.
Okay, let me ask this. I, being a true financial nerd, every year I look for the Lazard charts on levelized cost of energy. I got fans out there. Great. One fan at least. Right. When are we going to start seeing Lazard reporting on your products? I mean, I imagine they're being installed right now. When are we going to see numbers?
Good question. My understanding that Forum is deploying small projects in other parts of the country.
Right.
I don't have the Lazard number for you today, and I don't necessarily have a timeline, but I can't imagine it's not right around the corner, given that they are active in deployment.
That it is or is not?
That it is. I would suspect it is coming soon.
Okay. Usually they do I think they update in April of well, this is April, and they should be updating soon, I guess. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, just with your companies, do any of your company have, I guess, projects in development or in the queue now, waiting for interconnection?
To clarify, battery storage projects?
Sorry, battery storage. That's right.
Not in the Maryland queue, no.
Yeah, and I would just note that standalone energy storage projects, we've been told by the utilities that they will not study those projects until a program incentive is available.
Okay, so you're. But you don't have anything that's just been pending. I'm just interested to know if you.
Yeah, we haven't been able to submit any standalone storage to the interconnection queue.
Okay. Yeah, we've been having discussions with utilities about the interconnection of projects, but they won't let us submit any of those interconnection applications or go further into the process than that right now because there are no incentives available.
Okay.
No projects in the queue currently.
Okay. I heard, pretty loud and clear that the RRI initiative, which was accepted by FERC, isn't going to be helpful to solar and to storage. And we had heard that before. How about the surplus interconnection service? Is that something that we can look to help accelerate projects? And you can say no if you don't, since you don't have projects in our queue. But I'm just curious if any of these new reforms we can look to as a for some optimism in trying to move, so that if we do have incentives, there is a realistic opportunity to see some of these projects get developed in the near term.
Yeah, I'll say NIDOT is focused on distribution connected projects, so those would not be going through PJM's interconnection queue, so would not be able to take advantage of the surplus interconnection process.
Okay, so you're just distribution.
Yeah, generally the surplus interconnection process would provide, I think, an avenue for projects to enter into the queue, though those rules are still under development, and we still haven't seen PJM's implementation of that, so I think TBD.
Okay, TBD. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Worsley, you mentioned community energy storage. So are you thinking along the lines of community solar?
Sure, yeah. So we use the term community energy storage because, one, I think it accurately describes the size of the projects. These are projects that we're putting into, at this distribution size, distribution scale. In New York, we are participating or planning to participate in a community storage model there. They have implemented a similar to a community solar model. Their statewide solar for all, which is a little bit of a misnomer. It allows standalone storage, and it allows the sharing of credit value with customers from standalone energy storage projects.
Okay, and Mr. Murray, you do community solar. Are you thinking about marrying community solar with community storage?
We are, Mr. Suchman. We the sites that we've secured for community solar are perfect to co-locate for battery storage, simply because it doesn't need that much space.
Right.
And we've already worked with the landowners to walk them through the process.
Okay. So in terms of the walk-up programs that Mr. Worsley you were talking about, this would be front of meter, correct?
Front of the meter distribution connected.
Okay.
Yes.
So any concern about, I can imagine the utilities, if they don't have an ability to know, to be able to control what's being connected at different parts of their system, they could end up with a problem. There could be constraints created where there were no constraints before. So how would we be able to address something like that? I mean, basically, it sounds like you're looking for a more streamlined process for getting these projects deployed. You probably want to have some kind of uniform interconnection process that would allow you to get these projects up and running. How do we deal with the issue of the possibility of constraints created where there were none?
Yeah, I believe that that this would be handled through the interconnection process, just like it would be handled for a distribution connected solar project.
Okay, so issues around that would come up in the so you're not looking for a streamlined interconnection process. You're just looking for a streamlined.
Yeah. So once these projects are connected, we're looking for a streamlined process to then participate in a program where you can control the operations of that asset.
Okay.
And really incentivize the operation of the asset in a way that benefits both, and received or delivers both wholesale and distribution system value.
Okay.
I think we've discussed at length today. So really, that's the focus of that walk-up program. It would be married to the interconnection process. Probably completing some or all of the interconnection process would probably be a prerequisite to participate in the or enroll into the whatever grid service or program design that ends up happening.
Okay, Mr. Murray, going back to the community solar and marriage with storage, how do you? So are you looking at projects that you currently have in Maryland?
That's correct. Under development.
Okay,
Yes.
and how do you anticipate that those storage projects would be, would they be focused on distribution support, or are you thinking, because I'm assuming the community solar is selling into the PJM capacity market? Or
No, this would be entirely distribution
would
connected.
be entirely, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, Mr. Mullen, in terms of the 75 megawatt carve out, I guess the concern I have, I mean, and I've heard a lot about Form. We've talked to the folks at Form. Very interesting technology. I guess the concern I have is that if it's not directly tied to a need on the transmission distribution grid, then we could end up paying more, not we as us, but we as ratepayers could end up paying more for a project than we need to. I don't know how you would respond.
It's a fair question, Madam Chair. I think Form would argue that their product is more cost effective over time, right? And time is the important factor here. There are a lot of benefits. The iron air technology that I mentioned earlier, the ability to deal with peak long-term or multi-day peak scenarios when you have excessive heat for 3, 4, 5, 6 days, or cold. This January was very cold. Someone mentioned degradation earlier. Form's batteries see very little degradation over time. So I think there are benefits that make it more cost-effective over time, and I think Form's technology, multi-day storage, also address some of the issues that the state are seeing right now, as far as capacity and energy resource availability, and we feel it is a very important tool in the larger toolbox.
Okay, then it seems to me, just listening to you, and all of that makes sense. You probably don't need a carve out. What you need to do is just to be able to present the arguments in whatever RFP comes in about the value of having long duration storage and a storage a technology that doesn't suffer the kind of degradation that other technologies do.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, if a procurement program were set up that allowed multi-day storage to compete, and there was that technology, multi-day storage, was designed to fit into the larger procurement program, then I think it's worth having that conversation.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Barvey.
One more bite at the apple for Form. Most of these grid-level batteries have a lifespan of 12 to 15 years. Do you have an estimate for your technology?
I believe it's longer than that, Commissioner Barvey. I can get you a specific number.
Okay, I'd be
But
interested.
these are my understanding is that these are long-term solutions with very little degradation that can provide electricity to the grid without a recharge over multiple days, 100 hours or more.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mullen, can you provide that to the docket so that we can all see that?
You bet.
Okay, thank you. All right, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go to our last panel of the day, correct? Mr.
What I'm going to
Gasky?
recommend is just take MEA and because I think OPC and staff are going to take a while.
Okay.
And then I'm going to recommend they come back tomorrow, and Chaperton Energy is also going to be in tomorrow.
That sounds like a plan. Okay, so 5 minutes, we'll come back at 3:30. Okay, we're back on the record. Back on the market. All right. Mr. Borkowski?
Okay, well, we have Haley Kotzker from MEA, and she'll be the last presentation today.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Haley Kotzker, and I'm an Energy Policy Manager with the Maryland Energy Administration. MEA recognizes that energy storage is a cornerstone of Maryland's clean energy transition, supporting reliability, resiliency, and the integration of renewable resources. With the passage of recent legislation accelerating the state's energy storage deployment goals, the work before the Commission in this docket is more important than ever. MEA appreciates the efforts undertaken by the utilities to develop proposals responsive to the Commission's directive. However, to ensure that these initial procurements are both cost-effective and equitable, MEA respectfully offers the following recommendations for the Commission's consideration. First, MEA aligns with OPC's recommendation that the Commission should reject the utilities' proposals to retain 30% share of market revenues from third-party-owned transmission-connected storage. MEA emphasizes that strong ratepayer protections must be central to the design and implementation of any energy storage procurement to ensure affordability, transparency, and equitable cost allocation. Second, MEA recommends exploring the option of an expensing approach. If amortization is necessary to avoid ratepayer shocks, recovery should be limited to the utilities' costs of debt. Third, MEA urges the Commission to prioritize ratepayer protections by requiring any cost recovery mechanism to undergo periodic review and include clear bill impact and benefit cost analyses before approval. MEA looks forward to working with the Commission and stakeholders to implement a fair, transparent, and scalable energy storage program that delivers real value to Marylanders. I'm here to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner Richard?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I thought it was very complete, and I appreciate you being here today. So no questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barve?
I'm speechless.
Which is a shock. No. And I have no questions, but I read your testimony and I really appreciate it. It gives us a definite pause, particularly on the cost recovery issue, which is I've been talking about it a lot today, and that one we really need to nail that one, because otherwise we're going to see rates go up, and I don't want to see that. So, okay, we are going to continue this hearing after the administrative meeting tomorrow morning, and so with that, we're adjourned for today.